All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Find your seats. Thank you. All right. Welcome, everyone, to Humanist MN's 2026 Religious Freedom Day Forum. My name's Paul Roop. He, him. I'm the president of Humanist MN. Honestly, I wish I could tell you that we were coming together today under less dire circumstances. I suspect I don't need to explain to anybody in this room really what I'm talking about, but I want to elucidate a little bit about what we're doing here today. We live in a state that's increasingly a testing grounds for an administration seeking to enhance their power and control. We're told not to believe what we see with our eyes as brutality and atrocities play out in our streets. So what we'd like to do today is elucidate a little bit on what the underlying ideologies from white Christian nationalism to a perverted and twisted reading of our laws. I want to thank the speakers that are here today, along with our sponsors, for what they're doing, as well as sharing their time and knowledge with us. As we seek to stay on time a little bit today, I hope that you'll participate with our volunteers in helping us do that. In between segments today, we'll be taking breaks. Please take that time to visit sponsor tables in our hallways and to support the groups that are doing critical work in supporting Minnesota's marginalized communities. In addition to this, with some of what's played out here in the last few weeks and months, we felt it appropriate to highlight a number of other groups doing important works for immigrants here in Minnesota, and those are highlighted by the QR codes that are on your table. If you can and are able to, please support those groups in addition to our sponsors. A little bit about Humanist MN. We are Minnesota's local chapter of the American Humanist Association. We believe in the well-being of all and the flourishing of our planet. As humanists, we believe that the best path to reason is science, and that our best path to morality is compassion. We believe that you can be good without a God. If you want to learn more about our organization, you can go to humanistmn.org, or you can visit our table that's out in the gallery. A few things as I wrap up, housekeeping items. As a disclaimer, there will be video and photo today for marketing purposes. And additionally, if you're looking for restrooms, they're going to be out the back doors and to the left, and then there's another set of restrooms down the stairs in the back that are also going to be to your left. With that, I want to bring up one of the people that's put a lot of time and effort into bringing us this event today, Marcy Woodruff. Thank you.
Good morning. On your tables, you'll notice also that there are some note cards and pens, and we're using those for questions and answers. So while our speakers, if you have questions for them, please fill out the question, fill out a card, hold it up, and we have some lovely volunteers who will run around and collect those for Q&A, which will be hopefully toward the end, maybe 10 minutes toward the end of the presentations today. All right, it is my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Mariko Hirose. Mari is the Chief Program Officer at Americans United for Separation of Church and State, where she oversees and coordinates many of the organization's legal and public policy strategies. Mari is a lawyer with extensive experience advocating for civil liberties, and she has worked on groundbreaking cases around gender discrimination and LGBTQIA+ rights. She's also served as the U.S. Litigation Director at the International Refugee Assistance Project, an organization that provides legal aid to individuals seeking refuge. We are so excited to have her with us today. Please join me in welcoming Mariko Hirose.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me here this Martin Luther King Day weekend and Religious Freedom Day commemoration to talk about the grave threats that we face from an insidious political movement known as Christian nationalism. It's impossible to dive into this topic without acknowledging the pain that you all must be feeling in this moment. I'm an immigrant. My last job was at the International Refugee Assistance Project, and we work with the Somali community here in Minneapolis. My thoughts have been with this community in the past few weeks, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be here with you this morning. As I said, my last job was with the International Refugee Assistance Project, and I started that job as the litigation director in 2017, soon after the organization filed a case challenging the first Muslim ban. The administration's self-described effort to ban Muslims from entering this country and privileging Christians. Americans United, my current employer, was also part of that fight to stop the Trump administration from using immigration laws to reshape the demographics of this country. At the time, it felt like if we could just get through those 4 years and contain the damage, that we would get through it and be back on the path to where we were hoping the country was going. And now, 1 year into the second Trump administration, it's very clear to me that I was naive and that we are in a much longer and larger struggle for the soul of this country. On the one side, here we go. I fell asleep. Sorry. I think it's bad. Thanks. So on the one side of the vision is this, the vision of a unified, pluralistic society, the vision that Dr. King painted so clearly for us, a country where every person, regardless of color, religion, or all of the other things that make us unique, have the freedom to live and thrive as ourselves and to come together as equals to build a stronger democracy, a country where we all belong, where we have religious freedom for all. On the other side is the vision of Christian nationalists, those who believe that America should be divided into the ruling class of white Christians who agree with their extreme political agenda, and everybody else. In this America, politicians claim that their actions are justified by their God's will, rather than by the will of the people or the rule of law. The government, in the name of God, controls family decision-making and women's reproductive health. People are required to live their gender roles according to sex assigned at birth. Science is viewed as a threat to faith. Public schools become indoctrination camps to raise new generations of Americans who buy into their vision. And religious freedom belongs only to the right kind of Christians. When I say the right kind of Christians, I mean to make clear that Christian nationalism is not the same as Christianity. Many Christians reject Christian nationalism And I want to give a shout out to our partners at Christians Against Christian Nationalism, who I saw over there. Thank you. Christian nationalism is a fringe political movement, but it is a powerful, well-funded, and dangerous one. Today, I want to share with you how we at Americans United see Christian nationalists using the courts to attack 3 foundational principles of church-state separation that we need for the pluralistic and united America. So first, we start with the principle that taxpayer funds should not be used to fund religion. Why? It's not because we are anti-religious, it's precisely because we are a nation of many beliefs, a thriving, free marketplace of beliefs. On Religious Freedom Day, which was yesterday, we celebrate the anniversary of the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom, passed in 1786. In that law, which influenced the later writing of the Establishment Clause, Thomas Jefferson said that to compel a man to furnish contributions of money for the propagation of opinions which he disbelieves and abhors is sinful and tyrannical. This was a sin at the forefront of the founders' minds because they despised the system in England and in the early colonies of the mandatory funding of religion that they did not belong to. In other words, religious freedom means that we are all free to financially support the religion that we believe in, but we cannot be coerced into giving money to other people's religion. Christian nationalists want to change this baseline. Last year, the Supreme Court heard a case called Oklahoma Charter School Board versus Drummond about the attempt to open St. Isidore, the nation's first religious public charter school. St. Isidore wanted the state to fund them to open a Catholic school that would advance the evangelizing mission of the church. Americans United had brought a case to object to St. Isidore. And here is what our client, the Reverend Dr. Mitch Randall, had to say. He understood as a Baptist and as an indigenous person the importance of holding to the principle that state not fund religion. He said, "It is appalling to think state leaders would reopen a door to a time when tax dollars were used to publicly fund the advancement of religion." In the Supreme Court, when Justice Amy Barrett decided not to participate in the decision-making, we think because of her close relationship to the lawyers who are advising St. Isidore, the justices split 4-4 and let stand the Oklahoma Supreme Court decision that had stopped St. Isidore from opening. So we have a victory for now. But it's only a matter of time that another case that Justice Barrett will participate in reaches the Supreme Court. And we're already seeing similar efforts to open religious public charter schools all across the country, in Oklahoma again, as well as in Tennessee. If the Christian nationalists succeed in their efforts, what it will do is not only change our fundamental understanding of religious freedom, it will open the door to divert taxpayer funding away from public schools that are open to all and that teach people of religious beliefs to be in society together, and instead silo kids into their own echo chambers based on religion. It is a threat to the future of our pluralistic society. Now, second point, the government should be neutral with respect to religion. Dr. Martin Luther King explained it this way: in a pluralistic society such as ours, who is to determine what prayer shall be spoken and by whom? Legally, constitutionally, or otherwise, The state certainly has no such right. And we've learned this in this country the hard way. The Philadelphia Bible riots, which broke out in the spring of 1844, killed 20 people, displaced thousands, and caused about $6.8 million of property damage in today's terms. That was all over a disagreement between Catholics and Protestants over how religion should be presented in public schools, which prayer should be said, which version of the Bible should be taught. As the public school movement reshaped American education during those years, we came to understand that to serve all Americans regardless of faith and come together at our public schools, the state should only fund schools that are non-sectarian and serve civic education purposes, not religious formation. Religious education would take place outside of school hours with families making the decision on how to engage. This is what one of our clients, Erica Wright, said. As parents, my husband and I have sole responsibility to decide how and when our children learn about the Bible and religion. Sorry, that's a typo there. We are devout Christians, but different Christian denominations have different theological beliefs and practices. It is not the role of any politician or public school officials to intervene in these personal matters. But Christian nationalists are forgetting our history, and they don't care what real Oklahoma parents like Erica Wright think. In Oklahoma, where Erica lives, and in Texas, Christian nationalists have been pushing Protestant Bible study in schools. And Erica was a plaintiff in one of our cases challenging the Oklahoma Bible study. In Louisiana, Texas, and Arkansas, politicians have required public schools to put up their preferred version of the Ten Commandments in classrooms, even though the Supreme Court decided 45 years ago that such laws are unlawful. And even though public school families of various faiths object to having the Ten Commandments forced on their children in school. In our Ten Commandments cases, we have plaintiffs of various religions as well as none. This is what one of our clients challenging the Ten Commandments laws said. He said that displaying the Ten Commandments in public schools sends the message that certain aspects of Hinduism are wrong. Christian nationalists love to argue that what's the problem with putting up the Ten Commandments and saying do not steal in a classroom? Well, they conveniently forget about, let's say, the first of the commandments, I am the Lord thy God, thou shalt have no other gods before me. That is what our client is getting at, that the Ten Commandments is a religious document for a particular religion, and it sends the message to public school children that they are less than if they don't agree with that religion. The various Ten Commandments cases are going up through the courts right now, and on Tuesday, you can listen to the Fifth Circuit, a higher court covering Texas, Mississippi, and Louisiana on this issue. So that's on Tuesday afternoon. You can listen online. This is a case to watch for the future of pluralism in our country. Now, the third point, the government can enforce laws equally for the good of the public, even if it conflicts with certain religious beliefs. Here we have an unlikely ally in Justice Scalia, who put it best in a case called Smith v. Employment Division. Smith was about whether the state can deny unemployment benefits to a worker fired for using illegal drugs for religious purposes. Justice Scalia, writing for the majority, said, yes, the religious beliefs cannot lead to exemptions to the government's ability to enforce general laws. Precisely because we are a cosmopolitan nation made up of people of almost every conceivable religious preference, And precisely because we value and protect that religious diversions, we cannot afford the luxury of these exemptions. This rule makes sense. The founders, like Jefferson and James Madison, spoke about the importance of general laws that protect public safety and public health, even when they conflict with people's religious beliefs. In the public health context, for example, we have long understood the need for mandatory vaccination laws so that the country can achieve herd immunity and protect those who cannot receive the vaccines for medical purposes. At our founding, the country already had experience with mandatory quarantine and vaccination measures to fight smallpox, yellow fever, plague, and cholera. But the Christian nationalists are challenging this common sense rule of law as well. A 2021 study found that Christian nationalism is one of the strongest indicators of COVID vaccine hesitancy. And now, in the case making its way through the courts, they've challenged California's compulsory school vaccination law for failure to provide a religious exemption. If Christian nationalists have their way, they would destroy the foundations of our public health system. We also see similar patterns in public education. Public education rests on the notion that there is a core of knowledge and skills that we want all of our children to learn in order to function in our diverse society and contribute to our democracy. Those are things like reading, writing, math, science, history, civility. But what if what's being taught conflicts with someone's religious beliefs? Well, last year, the Supreme Court decided a case called Mahmoud v. Taylor, ruling that public school parents can demand to opt their kids out of LGBTQIA+ affirming educational content in public schools, even when the school has said allowing the opt-out would be impractical. The decision itself was limited, but it raises questions about what it'll mean in the future. This school district decided to include books about families with two moms or two dads or transgender families because that reflects the diversity of families and others who live in the school district. What does it mean that families can opt their kids out of learning to treat those community members respectfully? Will this lead to families demanding opt-outs for classes on evolution or teaching of history that they disagree with? These opt-outs will destroy the idea of public education as a place where students of all backgrounds can come together to learn to live in our diverse society. If you have a headache from all that I've just thrown out at you, it's because it's a lot happening at a very fast speed. The Christian nationalists clearly see an opening with this Supreme Court to dramatically change the structures of our society. So now, to borrow from Dr. King again, out of a mountain of despair, where do we find hope? My hope is with you, with us, and the people. I said earlier that I'm an immigrant. In Japan, which is where I'm from, an average person may have better access to public education, public health care than here. But for the odd person out, the most marginalized, the person who doesn't fit in, it's often shoganai, which is a term of resignation that means, oh well, that's how it is. This country has a history of people who, when faced with injustice, rise up to fight it. And in fact, we are in this moment because of the backlash from successes of the civil rights movement. And the people, we have already had successes against Christian nationalism. In Oklahoma, a deeply conservative and evangelical state, Ryan Walters, the state superintendent of public education, who had pushed Bible studies in schools in the nation's first religious public school, was wildly unpopular. According to a poll in 2024, 56% of Oklahoman voters disapproved of the job that he was doing. And over 60% wanted him impeached or investigated. And the people prevailed. Last fall, Walters resigned without seeing through some of his major initiatives like Bibles in schools and a heavily Christian-infused social studies standards. The Attorney General of Oklahoma, a Republican, there's a very heavily Republican state, celebrated Walters' resignation and said, it's time for a state superintendent of public instruction who will actually focus on quality instruction in our public schools. And the new Oklahoma school superintendent promptly rescinded Walters' plans for Bible study in public school. It's not just Oklahoma. In 2025, we saw localities across the country rejecting Christian nationalist candidates for their school boards. Our partners at the Texas Freedom Network ousted a far-right majority from one of the largest school boards in the state. In 2024, we saw people in Nebraska, Colorado, and Kentucky rejecting private school vouchers, which often fund religious schools, at the ballot box. The truth is, Christian nationalism is unpopular. According to a Pew Research poll in 2024, a slim majority of Americans had not heard of or read about Christian nationalism. But of those who have heard about it, more people had an unfavorable view of it than favorable. And that's true across all religious beliefs as well as ages. When the Heritage Foundation came out with Project 2025, the Christian Nationalist Blueprint for the Future, 57% of the public felt negatively about it. So much that the President Trump had to disavow his connection to the project. Polling showed that the more people learned about Project 2025, the more they opposed it. That means we have an opportunity. We have the opportunity to spread the word, to educate people, and to mobilize. I know that this country will carry on the tradition of fighting for moving us towards freedom and equality and towards justice. Thank you. Questions?
Did anyone turn in questions? Oh, good, okay. Nick, then, he is a very excellent question curator.
Okay.
Just have to turn it up. Yep, you got it. Gives people a chance to write another one. Okay, there you go.
Okay, under the Mahmoud v. Taylor ruling, could parents opt out of classes concerning even the current makeup of our government, considering the 13 openly LGBTQIA plus lawmakers?
The decision itself is limited, so I think we would say that those kinds of facts, they should not be able to opt out of. But I think we're going to see a lot of litigation about what Mahmoud means going forward, because what the justices who said that these parents can opt out said was that, well, these books go a little bit more than reflecting facts, that they are actually supportive of LGBTQIA plus identities, and teach children that to be supportive, which to me it's just a very hard line to draw. I mean, there's a thin line between saying this is the reality, people exist in many ways, and that we should respect that. But somewhere along the respect line, the Supreme Court found that the parents have the right to opt out. Now, there are also other issues that go into that, like how is it being taught, how feasible is the opt-out. So it's going to depend on the situation, but I think we're going to see a lot of different challenges along those lines to figure out what it really means for public education.
All right, next question. If a religious charter school is established, wouldn't that encourage other religious and humanist secular charter schools?
Yes, and that is going to be a problem in the sense that it results in this society where we are all divided by our beliefs instead of having public school systems that bring everybody together. Now, I think also the reality is going to be that if every belief out there submits an application to open its public charter school, there is no way that we can have all of those beliefs represented. When this Oklahoma case was happening in the Supreme Court, a Jewish group said that they had also wanted to open their own charter school, but they didn't think they had enough people in the community to be able to open a charter school. Now, they're actually trying again to open that school, but at some point, the government's going to have to make decisions about which charter schools to fund, and not every religion is going to be represented, which means that the religions and the non-religions that are not represented, those students are going to have fewer resources from the public schools for their education.
Somewhat related, how can religion be taught in a way that is educational and not indoctrinational?
Yes. Yeah, we believe that teaching education is fine to the extent it's about facts, right? We live in a world with religion, and religion has had significant influence in our history, art. So you can talk about world religions. Here in this country, people believe in this faith, and that's how that led to this historical fact. Or you could talk about a painting and say, this is a painting of this biblical story. Where it crosses the lines is when the teacher starts talking about it as if it were truth. Okay, so in this Last Supper painting, what happened? Who was Jesus? And those are the types of lines that the Bible study curriculum in Texas, for example, is crossing into.
Can you comment on the many messages coming from the Trump administration, for example, around Christians specifically promoting Jesus as the country's savior?
Yes, yeah, it's very problematic. This has happened since the beginning of the Trump administration, but especially during the holiday season last year, we saw agencies talking about Christmas, saying that we're a Christian country. And those are very much the hallmarks of Christian nationalism coming from our federal government. It really damages the core of our democracy to send a message that this is a country for certain types of Christians, and that God's will is defined by their God seems to have precedence over the rule of laws established by the people.
How do vouchers threaten public education?
Yes, so private school vouchers divert public funds away from public schools to private schools. So that means less money for public schools, which is where 90% of Americans get their public education. A lot of the private schools that benefit from vouchers are religious schools. So they're only going to benefit the students who belong to that religion. And the private schools get to decide who gets to attend their schools. So the Christian Nationalists and others who support vouchers call it choice. You may have heard that term, school choice, but it's actually not a choice for the families, because the families have to get into the private schools. The private schools are making a choice as to who gets in. And with the religious private schools, they're making the choice to, first of all, admit families who agree that they want their kids indoctrinated in whatever religion. They often discriminate also against LGBTQIA plus families because that's not consistent with their religious beliefs. And they operate often without adequate oversight. So we've seen time and again that private school vouchers do not improve student outcomes. And in fact, what we're seeing now in a lot of these states is that private school vouchers end up funding students who are already at the private schools. So some vast majority of the families that are getting these vouchers are just getting money for the education that their kids were already getting. And that's money taken away from public school students.
How can we find and support pluralistic candidates locally and nationally?
Sorry, could you?
How can we find and support pluralistic candidates locally and nationally?
Yeah, well, there are lots of great organizations out there that are putting out candidate pledges, essentially, like we will support you if you agree to these kinds of principles, and especially at the local levels, because there's so much opportunity at the local levels, and there are organizations that are supporting school board candidates, for example, to learn about the political process, what it means, here are good policies, and yeah. That's where I would look, and I think that's also where we can all have the greatest impact, because there's a lot happening at our local and school board levels, and not enough people paying attention.
You mentioned a case about laws not making exceptions for the use of illegal drugs. To what extent should we restrict practices by law that are done for religious or individual reasons, but do not harm others?
Yeah, I think that's a difficult question. We certainly in Americans United believe that there are laws, there should be some exemptions, or that there should be a heightened standard for laws that interfere with certain religious practices, so long as it doesn't harm others. But it kind of plays out at each individual for various circumstances. And it's really become a problem in a context like vaccinations, where you really need it to be broadly applicable to everyone. It's the same with civil rights laws. We have civil rights laws, non-discrimination laws, and that should be enforced equally. It doesn't work if people say, well, I don't believe in giving this other person their civil rights based on my religious beliefs, so I should have an exemption. So there are differences between generally applicable laws that have to be generally applicable to work, and others that can have room for those kinds of accommodations.
All right, pivoting maybe a little bit here. Do we have the public structure, et cetera, and the resources to impeach not only Trump, but all his appointed associates?
I can't comment on that. I'll just take that as a rhetorical question.
That's fair.
But there may be others, other speakers later who can speak better to that.
Yeah, our break starts in 4 minutes, so if you want to discuss amongst yourselves about that.
Yeah.
Similar question, why can't we just say that we should vote for Democrats to combat this stuff? I'm assuming similar.
There is a law called the Johnson Amendment, which says that nonprofits, 501c3 nonprofits like Americans United, which the people get deductions for donating to us. So it is favorable treatment under the tax laws that if we are nonprofit organized under C3, that we cannot engage in partisanship. So we cannot oppose or support a particular party or candidates. And that also applies to houses of worship, most of which are C3s, although they are allowed to as C4s, which is a different type of entity where you don't get those tax benefits. We all have the choice to form a C4. A lot of C3s have a C4 arm. The Christian nationalists don't like that law. So one of the cases that we've been engaged in is a case in Texas where certain houses of worship have tried to strike down that law on the basis that they, even though they're getting these tax benefits, want to engage in partisan speech. And last year, the federal government was opposing this lawsuit, but after the Trump administration came in, the government came in and said, okay, we'll settle this case with an agreement that not to enforce the law as to these houses of worship, which of course is a problem because that is the government going around the legislative process to say, oh, we're just going to say that this law doesn't apply to houses of worship, even though it will continue to apply to other nonprofits like Americans United for separation of church and state. So we went into court to intervene and to oppose the settlement. That case is still pending in terms of what the judge is going to do with the motion to enter a decree that will settle the case. So that is a long answer to say that we do believe in the Johnson Amendment, which is to say we're not going to get into those partisan conversations.
I think similar for HMN, which has a similar designation. All right, we are at time, and we're going to take a 20-minute break. So make sure to visit the co-sponsor tables. Thanks again for all of our sponsors for today. A good group, which you can find in the back of your program if you want to check them out. Otherwise, go chat with them. We'll be back at 10:20 a.m.
Trying to grab it, I'm like, it's in your pocket.
Wait,
I'm gonna put this in a little bit.
thanks. I think I managed it. Or maybe try to
I don't think so, based on what I heard.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Hello, there we go. We're about to start our next session. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Just one kind of thing that's dangling from the last presentation. Nick says he felt very bad that he didn't thank Mari for her speech, so we would like to thank her one more time. And now it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Reverend Susie Hayward. I learned about Reverend Hayward when I discovered an excellent podcast called American Unexceptionalism. And that explores what Americans can learn about people in other countries who have resisted religious nationalism. So we are not alone, for better or worse. Susie is co-host of the podcast, along with Matthew Taylor, an author and scholar who spoke about Christian nationalism to our group a few months ago. Probably a lot of you were there. And I was excited to learn that Susie lives right here in Minneapolis, where she's a minister at Creekside United Church of Christ. She's also a research fellow at Georgetown University's Berkeley Center for Religion, Peace, and World Affairs. And from 2007 to 2021, she worked with the U.S. Institute of Peace, partnering with faith-based actors to transform violence in Sri Lanka, Myanmar, and Colombia. More recently, she helped establish Harvard Divinity School's Religion and Public Life program, developing training for ethically engaged, religiously literate leadership. Susie will speak for about a half hour, and then we'll open it up to questions. And as before, please write your questions on the cards that are on the table. And now, please give a warm welcome to Reverend Susie Hayward.
Hello, humanist beloveds. It's good to be with you today, especially on this day when we know that there are supremacists who have descended and are gathering in our beloved city. I am so happy to be with you right now, affirming the beautiful diversity and our desire to protect the beautiful diversity of our city and our country and our world. So thank you to Suzanne, thank you to all the organizers for putting this together and for inviting me to be here with you. Okay, so as Suzanne said, I worked for 15 years in Washington, D.C., and I spent a lot of time there working with religious freedom activists and religious freedom policymakers there, those from across the political and religious spectrum. I worked with several ambassadors at large for international religious freedom. And my job also had me working with religious peace builders and human rights activists and people of faith from across the world, especially, as Suzanne mentioned, in Sri Lanka and Myanmar, but also in places like Iraq and Colombia and Palestine and Israel. And then finally, I'm also a member here, in addition to my work at Creekside, I'm a member of several different collectives, including a collective of multi-faith clergy called MARCH, which stands for Multi-Faith Anti-Racism, Change and Healing. You might have seen we put out a clergy call yesterday for clergy from around the country to join us here in Minneapolis next week for the Day of Action on January 23rd. So, and that is in keeping with the call that Martin Luther King made to clergy to come to Selma during the Civil Rights Movement. So what I'm gonna offer here is coming from all those different realms of work that I'm involved in, and from the people with whom I work in solidarity and from whom I've learned in offering these remarks and sharing with you. So here's where I want to start and return and end. For some very powerful forces, religious freedom is not about religion, much less freedom. It's about power, securing it and maintaining it. And nothing illustrates that better than the global fascist coalition. So this is what Matt and I in that podcast, if any of you have listened to it, we coined the specter of multi-faith solidarity among some political actors around the world for the purpose of securing their own, consolidating their own power in often ways that have undermined democracy and human rights. So you may be familiar, I'm sure you are, with some of these names: Narendra Modi, Tayyip Erdogan, Netanyahu, Bolsonaro, Putin, Min Aung Hlaing in Myanmar, and so on and so forth. These are political leaders and their allies and their movements that are perfectly happy to align across religious difference and to support one another's efforts in their own country. Why? Because they're seeking to undermine democracy and consolidate their own hold on power, and they are seeking wealth, often forms of extraction and connected to land theft that is happening in different places. They're often aligning around language related to gender, anti-women, anti-queer, sometimes anti-minorities. And for some, it seems less about the principle than about the purpose in aligning around those kinds of campaigns. But there is certainly also within that some who do have an ideological commitment to ethnic and religious supremacy. So just by way of example, if we think about our own president right now, at a talk that Suzanne mentioned, I asked the speakers, is he a Christian nationalist? And you can, on the one hand, that answer seems obvious, and on the other hand, not, because where does principle begin and end, and where does political opportunism, in order to gain wealth and to gain power, begin and end? So answering those questions of ideological commitment and when one is actually dedicated to some of these religious ideas and when they are being instrumentalized or used in order to advance a particular political agenda or wealth agenda is sometimes hard to discern. But nonetheless, what we see then is that some of these actors within the Global Pluralist Coalition are creating these odd bedfellow pluralist allyships. I am a big fan of multi-faith solidarity and strategic alignment, but it probably won't surprise you to learn not this kind. So for example, we have Trump and his supporters aligning with Bibi Netanyahu, despite the fact that there are a lot of anti-Semites within the base that supports Trump. And despite the fact that we have Israel engaged in policies and actions that are deeply harming Palestinians, which includes a significant Palestinian Christian community, right, who see themselves as the direct descendants of Jesus and the early followers of Jesus. But these kinds of strange bedfellow things, or these kinds of seemingly contradictory missions and agendas and beliefs and perspectives about religious difference don't seem to mind when they are coming together and aligning with one another for the sake of, again, power, consolidation of power and wealth. We see similar kinds of things when folks who support Erdogan or Erdogan himself in Turkey or MBS in Saudi Arabia are aligning with Trump and some of his allies. So we like those kinds of Muslim leaders and those forms of Muslim theocracy. But, again, we have some folks here in town right now who are holding an anti-Muslim rally and march, right? So you can have these contradictory coalitions that are happening. And similarly, in my work in Burma and Sri Lanka, I would see the phenomenon of some of these Buddhist nationalist groups that are very anti-Muslim, anti-women, anti-queer, are often in support of the military rule and military leadership, who were basically supporting, campaigning for Trump during his 2 campaigns. So again, a strange illustration of these kinds of pluralist coalitions. They're all connected to what you see when you begin to look, lift your head up from the American context and look at how all of these movements are aligned and supporting and learning from, mimicking, strengthening one another. you begin to see kind of what's really going on here. And I'm sure many of you already know what's really going on here, but let me name some of these things nonetheless. Have you all heard of the authoritarian playbook? Yeah, so what are some of the tactics of the authoritarian playbook? Propaganda, information control, right? So it's about taking over media. It's about ensuring that your allies are heading up. Sorry, what was that? Divide and conquer, yes. Let me finish this one, then we'll do that one. Here in the US, how many of our major media outlets are now owned by billionaires who are within Trump's orbits? All of them? A lot of them, right? Divide and conquer. So that idea of scapegoating minority communities who often overall hold far less power and far fewer numbers than the threat that is associated with them by some of these leaders and their allies who are seeking to consolidate power. So yes, that divide and conquer, divide and rule, an old tactic.
Instigation of fear, terror, and violence.
Yeah, we know that in Minneapolis, instigation of fear, terror, and violence, right? To overwhelm folks and to divide folks on the ground too. These things are often overlapping, these tactics. Yeah, the romanticization of the past, is that the idea of a utopia that is being destroyed and trying to reclaim, make America great again. You have the same kind of make Turkey great again. These appeals, especially these countries that have an imperial past and had, like in Turkey with the Ottoman Empire, or in Russia, what we see with an appeal to the USSR. Anything? Censorship, yep. Censorship often goes hand in hand with information control and propaganda, and related to that, repression of any kind of independent voices or opposition voices and actions. The big lie. Yes, the big lie. And the big bad bill, right? All of these. Sowing doubt about elections, weakening checks and balances, co-opting institutions or packing institutions like the judiciary. These are what scholars have defined as the authoritarian playbook and as what you see in places where democracy is being underlined and there's an attempt at an authoritarian capture. And they point to other countries around the world where this has happened or is happening, but increasingly they've also been pointing at the US. And it's not, to get to the title of our podcast, American Unexceptionalism, what's happening here is not exceptional, right? This is part of this larger movement and the strategies and the allies that are formed. So a lot of the folks who we've been talking about this morning, who are part of what we call this big umbrella group of Christian nationalists, which actually there's a lot of diversity within, underneath that umbrella term of Christian nationalism. But the different groups and the actors who are involved in that, some of them are doing these trips all the time down to Brazil or to South Korea or to Russia or to other places in order to share these strategies and tactics. And so what I want to submit is that we can understand better what's happening here and also how to defeat it in order to protect democracy, in order to protect human rights, including religious freedom, in the true meaning of religious freedom. If we understand what's happening here within that larger global context, and we understand ourselves as in relationship with and learning from folks overseas who have been doing this work of resisting religious nationalism and protecting democracy, in some cases for decades. And so also bringing some great humility to this moment as Americans, where we often think we have it all figured out, and we clearly don't. Some great humility in taking off those blinders of American unexceptionalism to say, what can we learn from the folks in South Korea who were able to stop the imposition of martial law almost overnight by some incredible resistance that was mobilized? Or the folks in Bolsonaro who have managed to ensure that, or Brazil, who have managed to ensure that Bolsonaro is being held accountable for his role in trying to do a coup to maintain a hold on power. What can we learn from these places to serve us now in our own efforts to address the threats that are happening right now? One other thing that you often see going alongside the authoritarian playbook in these other contexts is rhetorical strategies that co-opt the language of human rights, including religious freedom, and sometimes even the language of anti-imperialism to their cause, right? So they'll say, we're working for religious freedom, we're working against forms of imperialism or, forms of foreign imperialism. But when you actually push to have, let's define those terms, very quickly you find underneath, again, that desire to consolidate power or to gain wealth. So let me give an example. I was giving testimony on the Hill a couple years ago about international religious freedom, and one of my co-panelists was talking about Uganda, and he was saying that the US coming in and pushing for LGBTQ rights in Uganda is a form of Western imperialism that undermines religious freedom for folks overseas. Now, that use of imperialism is seeking to appeal to the language of justice, language of human rights, progressive ideals in some ways, right? But underneath it is this agenda. First of all, it's not recognizing that there are LGBTQ Ugandans on the ground, and that actually, if we go really far back, there was very different understandings of gender and sexuality prior to colonialism. And so the imposition of colonial ideas about sexuality and gender imposed some heteronormativity and so on. Sorry, I'm going pedantic on you a little bit. But nonetheless, it frames things in a way that on its surface sounds right. But you begin to dig underneath, and you begin to see that this is aligning with some of these global fascist coalitions and movements in order to suppress minority rights and human rights and a true definition of religious freedom. Because, of course, those LGBTQ Ugandans are also, in many cases, people of faith who have particular religious ideas and practices, much less humanist or secular. They don't necessarily need to be people of faith either, right? But deeply held ideas and beliefs and practices that also need to be, that are protected under religious freedom laws internationally. So there's a lot of other ways in which these kind of cynical rhetorical flourishes are used in order to, in reality, undermine forms of human rights and imperialism, particularly when it comes to religious freedom. And so it's being used, this religious freedom framework and religious freedom movements by some actors around the world to push the authoritarian playbook, to help weaken checks and balances, to erode minority rights, which is particularly ironic given religious freedom and minority rights are often overlapping causes. Now, I do want to say that not all conservative, political, theological, socially conservative, religious freedom activists have this at the forefront, right? There can be some strange bedfellows too that I saw in DC, that I see even now among progressive religious and non-religious activists and conservative activists united for the purpose of religious freedom in principle and in application in support of minority rights. So I'm going to come back to that in a minute. But I just caution us on making any broad brush strokes when we're trying to do this kind of analysis in order to understand how to move forward and with whom to work and what are the pitfalls and so on. But again, what this shows is that that oftentimes this language and the allyship that's happening among some of these actors is more about protecting and advancing majoritarianism, often a form of ethnic supremacy for the purpose of power consolidation and wealth often tied to extraction. So what I want to do is propose 3 tests for understanding the authenticity, helping to begin to understand if when people are making the claims of religious freedom around the world, if they're talking about what we're calling here the true meaning of religious freedom, one that is truly grounded in the international human right with its emphasis on individual human rights and that advances justice. So the first, and this will be no surprise to any of you, is whether your definition of religious freedom includes atheists and free thinkers and humanists. It's a test case because so often religious freedom is being used in order to protect the interests of the dominant religious group within any context, like here, oftentimes being used in order to protect the interests of a particular form of conservative Christian belief and practice. The second of our test cases is, does your definition of religious freedom protect those who believe and practice in ways that are not orthodox, with a little o, that are not orthodox within your major religious tradition, right? So does it protect the rights of religious women who want to preach, but the Orthodox religious tradition may not allow that. And so they create places to worship that are outside of the institutional religious space in order to preach or to perform different forms of religious ceremony. Is the government ensuring that those women who are doing that, in this example, are protected and are able to freely exercise their understanding of religion, even if they're getting blowback from religious institutions or leadership within their own tradition? Same goes for LGBTQ or other kinds of free thinkers within dominant religious traditions and spaces. Does your religious freedom protect them as well? And then the third one I want to put out there is, does your definition of religious freedom and your advocacy extend to indigenous religious freedom claims? So often the definition that we have for religion, this term religion, comes out of European modern Enlightenment understandings of what religion is. That comes out of a very particular Western European context that fits Protestant Christianity in particular very neatly. But there is a lot of other different forms of religions out there that don't fit within that category of religion particularly well. And indigenous spirituality, indigenous religion helps, I think, to expand our notion of protection of religious freedom. So just a few examples that I want to give right now and draw your attention to is in Brazil, the efforts of the indigenous communities there to protect the Amazon, especially during Bolsonaro. This is all connecting back to that agenda that oftentimes the global pluralist fascist coalition has with extraction, with land theft, with being able to take precious resources from different places. And Bolsonaro was doing a lot of that when he was leading in Brazil with the Amazon. So there's arguments that were being made by the indigenous community in Brazil that, protection of religious freedom is not just about buildings like this, it's also about the land. Our ceremonies are connected to the land. We have to perform our religious ceremonies in these particular lands. And if you're destroying that, you're destroying our equivalent of churches and mosques and synagogues. So it's a powerful argument within the framework of religious freedom, but it's also a powerful argument that simultaneously supports our efforts at climate justice and addressing the climate crisis. Because if we can define land and water and rivers and lakes as sacred and holy to the indigenous communities, which they are, then can we use religious freedom also to extend in protection of land and water in these times? Similarly, the Apache Strongholds effort to protect Oak Flat, you might have followed down in Arizona, that the Resolution Copper has been seeking to steal that land in order to be able to extract. There's a particular religious ceremony, a coming-of-age ceremony that must happen on that piece of land because so many indigenous ceremonies are connected to land. And so they've been arguing their case within religious freedom frames. They brought it to the Supreme Court. Neil Gorsuch and Clarence Thomas were actually supportive of taking up that case as a religious freedom case, but it wasn't taken up because none of the liberal justices were amenable to it. And so again, that as an example of like, we can't make too many broad brushstrokes because there are actually times when you have some strange bedfellows coming together in order to advance religious freedom. And here, just to bring it back home here to Minnesota Makoche, the efforts to protect wild rice, to recognize the inherent worth and dignity of wild rice, to extend beyond an anthropocentric or human-centric understandings of what life has dignity and extend it to wild rice at a time when the wild rice beds in southern Minnesota, where Dakota communities still exist, have been nearly destroyed, and they are very threatened up in Anishinaabe, more in central and northern Minnesota as well. So how can we use religious freedom claims to also push for the protection of wild rice or of pipestone here when that's being threatened with mining and would prevent our indigenous relatives who depend on pipestone to create ceremonial pipes from being able to do so. The previous speaker talked about how government should be neutral towards religion. So again, I think this third one with indigenous religious freedom helps to really push us to understand, is the government truly being neutral towards religion? There are so many assumptions that operate within our law, including that definition of what religion is and what religion isn't. But also, if you go even deeper, some ontological understandings that say humans have dignity, but plants don't, right? And that's a Christian or a Judeo-Christian assumption. That does not comport with indigenous understandings of life. So it kind of pushes us, this third test case, I think really pushes in helpful ways to get at whether there's an agenda here of extraction and majoritarianism and dominance, or if it's truly extending justice more broadly. And if your religious freedom advocacy doesn't meet these three test cases, especially the last two, then beware. Because I think you're potentially making claims that are more driven by power and economic interests. The final word I want to say is that part of what we were seeking to do with American Unexceptionalism too is, as Suzanne said, the lessons from overseas about where religious nationalism and authoritarian grabs, where people have been successful in pushing that back and protecting from democracy. And there are the good news stories. South Korea, like I said, Sri Lanka. Did anyone follow what happened in Sri Lanka when over 4 months, different religious and ethnic communities came together and took out a democratically elected president who was increasingly eroding, centralizing control, eroding democratic checks, and economic crises were happening. And the people came out on the streets of all generations, the kids and their grandmas, and they managed to have a nonviolent people power movement that pushed them out, and they had a pool party in the palace after they had done so. Or Brazil. These are powerful examples to us, right? They give us hope, but they also give us lessons that we can take now in this current moment. So just a few that I want to name. Multiracial, deeply multiracial, multi-religious, multi-generational, multi-class coalitions coming together. 2, the involvement of labor is so critical, and that's a particular challenge here because there's been such an erosion of labor movements and their power in this country over the past couple decades. But when it comes to tying to strikes and economic boycotts, and so that's why the labor movement is so critical to be able to erode the power and the support for rulers who are seeking authoritarian capture. What we saw in these places that had success was also the critical role of explicitly religious language, the role of religious ritual, the role of religious leaders in resistance strategies and movements, not as an end in itself, not as, you know, a central or primary, but the ways in which their involvement helped to punch holes in a religious nationalist narrative that was supremacist, right? So you had these powerful examples of, in Myanmar, in the anti-coup movement, of Buddhist monks who were turning over their alms bowls in front of the military leaders, which essentially was an exiling of them from the Buddhist community and showing their solidarity with the democratic movement and trying to say, you can't claim that you are a good Buddhist leader and you can't claim Buddhist righteousness. Similarly, you've probably seen the roles of Jewish liturgy that have been used among some of the protest movements here in the US too. In solidarity with Palestinians, especially in Gaza, or as part of the movements against Netanyahu in Israel. So, and Pussy Riot in Russia, one of my favorites. But Pussy Riot has, are you all familiar with Pussy Riot? Okay. So one thing that I love about them is that they are actually incredibly religiously literate. So they use religious language. They had, you might remember in 2012 when they had that really powerful punk prayer in the cathedral in Moscow in an Orthodox church that was simultaneously about showing their opposition to Putin, but also showing their opposition to the Orthodox Church alignment in support of Putin's consolidation of power. So these roles of religion are important, and especially knowing my audience is humanists, I want to make sure to say that the ways in which that religious language and ritual is integrated with non-religious language, ritual, and activism is also incredibly important. We don't want to replace one form of religious supremacy and dominance with another, even if that religious language and framework is inclusive, right? We don't want to define national belonging and identity based on religious commitment. Because then we're keeping out the folks who don't align with any particular religion in the traditional confining sense of what religion is. And that's actually one of the things that I find most powerful about here in Minneapolis and what I'm seeing is there is such, what I view, this is just my own perspective, is that there is such aligning and entanglement between faith-based actors who are involved right now in trying to support and protect their neighbors and those who don't identify with religious traditions. And that kind of deep trust and working together and holding each other to account bodes very well for the kind of future, the kind of world that we're seeking to create here. So I've already gone over what we said I would, so I'm going to stop myself there. But on that final note, I was saying it's why I'm also particularly happy to be talking with you today, fellow humanists, as a Christian minister, because I'm so grateful for what you are doing to try to protect and advance the true meaning of religious freedom. Thank you.
Share the microphone for a minute. Thank you so much. We have time for a few questions. So do we have some cards lined up? I've got one while we're getting others. Can you name any really effective global coalitions to counter the fascist coalitions, either whether religious or secular?
Yeah, I mean, I think the feminists in particular have done an incredible job, right? So in part because feminists have been so particularly targeted by a lot of these movements. So feminists in India aligning with feminists in Poland, aligning with feminists in Brazil, and sharing strategies with one another. It can get particularly challenging because sometimes because of the history of colonialism and imposition of particular understandings of sort of secular Western understandings of feminism in these contexts in ways that didn't always give agency and voice to women in states that were colonized to define what feminism was to them. That has created some tensions, but that still play out. But nonetheless, like the networks, the sharing of strategies, sometimes having to remain underground for the reasons that I named, have been incredibly powerful.
Test, test. Here we go. Are there places in the world where religious majorities do a good job of respecting the rights of minorities?
Everybody could do better.
Well said. Short and sweet? Or
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, and also I want to say there's also places in the world where you have sort of forms of secular fundamentalism in some ways too, right? Like in France, right? Versions of laïcité that are also creating restrictions on free expression of religion in ways that I think are deeply harmful. So, yeah, I mean, we can point to Scandinavia, we can point to, a number of places around the world. I think Myanmar, the vision of those who are a part of the anti-coup movement, Sri Lanka right now, and what they're building on the other side of overthrowing Gotabaya Rajapaksa, I think that those are examples of a deep, deep form of pluralism that celebrates religious diversity and those who are not religious as part of the nation. So in ideal form, we can see some, but everybody's got some work to do.
How do you differentiate authoritarianism and fascism, and which term better captures what we're currently experiencing in the US?
I'm not a political scientist, so I don't want to, I'm a religious studies scholar, so I don't want to step into any landmines here, which I would probably do. I'm mostly concerned about forms of power that are not respecting human rights and that are not, I mean, democracy is not a perfect system. No system's going to be perfect. That's deeply rooted in my own faith as a Christian, that any government institution, any political institution is always going to be susceptible to sin and human limitations. And democracy itself is not perfect. There's only sort of one perfect ideal in Christian understandings, and it's not really achievable by human effort alone. And yet, I think democracy kind of comes the closest because it's so grounded in this idea of being a check on power. I mean, that's what it's seeking to do first from the beginning. We've clearly here in the US had a democratic system that has been captured by a lot of different kinds of interests, particularly economic interests, that have undermined its ability to serve in that as a check on power, so that it's not dominating power that is undermining life, dignity, and happiness. So authoritarianism and fascism, both as forms of power that are unchecked and are contributing to domination of different groups, including majority groups often, that don't allow for that kind of the limits on power that can help ensure better human flourishing.
One more. Like this one here. Do you have any recommendations for a reading list to learn more about the topics you've been talking about today? Concepts, history, background. Sounds like American Unexceptionalism podcast might be a good way to start with
Axis Mundi is the producer for American Unexceptionalism. And actually, if you go to the show notes for each of our episodes, like if you're really nerding out about Pussy Riot and Russia, I don't blame you. And in the show notes, you can find links to further readings, and you can just start going down those rabbit holes and have fun.
Awesome. Reverend Suzanne Hayward, everyone, thanks for your time today.
Thank you.
Just a housekeeping note, we have a 15-minute break now. Please come back right at 11:15 for our legislative panel. And thanks again, Susie.
It's right.
Diamond Lake.
Yeah, it's right across, it's right from across the street from the It used to be called Mayflower. They renamed it. Good for them, that's good.
Where do you want the podium? Up the side, because it won't be part of it, right?
Are we going to use this again?
Yes, later. Just move it off to the side.
This doesn't fall apart anymore. Remember the top is it could?
Let's put it just like this. Thank you.
I pull him in like, hey, help me chat a little. Empty chairs, so I just do it. Oh, yes, that would be good too, maybe. Yeah.
Everyone will do this. Just trying to keep everyone while worrying. Great to meet you. Science. Feeding curiosity.
Hello, everybody. Time to start our next session. We're getting our panelists on stage here. My name is Suzanne Perry. I don't think I introduced myself last time. And I'm Outreach Coordinator for Humanist MN. And I'm going to be introducing our legislative panel this morning. First, I'm going to give some background. This will be familiar to a lot of you, but probably not all of you. For several years, Humanist MN hosted an annual event at the state capitol to commemorate the National Day of Reason in May. And we would invite legislators to attend and speak about the importance of upholding the constitutional principle of separation of church and state. In 2022, we worked with some of the legislators who had shown up to create a secular government caucus. It now has about 30 members, both religious and non-believers, who have pledged to fight Christian nationalism and protect our secular democracy. It's the only one of its kind in the country. Today, I'm pleased to introduce two of the co-chairs of the Secular Government Caucus. We have Representative Athena Hollins, right here of St. Paul. She's also the DFL whip. And we are trying to bring in Senator Jen McEwen of Duluth. She's up there. Hi. Hi, Jen. Great. Jen is also co-chair of the Secular Government Caucus and also chair of the Senate Labor Committee. And I'm also pleased to introduce Representative Brion Curran of the Northeast Metro area. She's a member of the Secular Caucus and also chair of the Minnesota Queer Legislators Caucus. And finally, Representative Andy Smith, who drove in from Rochester, which we really appreciate. Last February, some of you might have seen the news coverage of this. Representative Smith gave a press conference and criticized Christian nationalism in very strong terms from the perspective of someone with a theology and a divinity degree, calling himself an ex-evangelical. And finally, I'd like to introduce our moderator, Fish Stark, who is Executive Director of the American Humanist Association. He's been there about a year and a half and brought great energy to the organization and to the fight against Christian nationalism. And he's going to be asking some questions of our legislators. When the panel is done, in about a half hour, we again will open it up to questions. So please remember the cards on your table, and people will come around to collect those. Okay, I'll leave it to Fish now.
Thank you, Suzanne. And before I kick it to our legislators and shut up for most of the panel, I do want to start with a brief correction. I'm sorry, Suzanne. The Secular Government Caucus of Minnesota is not the only one of its kind in the country. There's one in Colorado, and there's one in New Hampshire. And there is, of course, one in the U.S. Congress, the Congressional Free Thought Caucus. But the one in Minnesota is important because of the state ones, it was the first. The Colorado and the New Hampshire ones were modeled on the Secular Government Caucus in Minnesota. They are growing. Minnesota was the first. And the Secular Government Caucus helped lead Kelly Morrison, Congresswoman Kelly Morrison, here in Minnesota to join the Congressional Free Thought Caucus, and she has been an important catalyst in the growth of the Congressional Free Thought Caucus at the federal level. So it may not be the only one, but it's a critically important one, and thank you to those of you who are doing important work on that caucus here. So I just want to start, before we get into questions, with brief introductions from all of you. I'd love to hear a little bit about who you are, the community you represent, the work that you do in the House and the Senate, and why you feel it's important to be here today. So Rep. Hollins, we can start with you.
Sure. Is it on? Oh, okay. I can't tell. Sorry. So I'm Athena Hollins. I represent District 66B, which is the northern neighborhoods of St. Paul. So think from Lake Como almost to Lake Phelan. That's sort of my wheelhouse. And I've been in the legislature for 5 years now, co-chair of the Secular Government Caucus, which I'm really proud to be a part of. And I will tell you, I was raised in a secular household, and so when they asked me to be a part of this, I was like, secularism doesn't even come into my mind. Like, I don't think about it on a day-to-day basis. It would be like, I don't know, I can't even give an equivalent because it just is a nothing to me. But after I talked with some of the people who were starting the Secular Government Caucus, and some of you folks who have come to my office, I realized how important it was that we had a face to it. Like, I might be living it every day and not thinking about it, but it's important that we name it and that we are willing to fight for that, to represent all the people in the state of Minnesota. And that's what I really believe secular government is making sure that all of our laws are neutral and that they apply equally across all groups of people, regardless of their religious background. So it's not hard for me to be a part of that caucus, but I do think it is important, and I feel really honored to be here today. So thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. My name is Andy Smith. I represent District 25B, which is Rochester, Minnesota, about 90 minutes south of here. I've been in the legislature for 3 years, 2 years behind Athena. I work a lot in the taxes space, agriculture space. I am, like, background-wise, the complete opposite of what Athena just said. I grew up evangelical. My dad is a Baptist minister. My grandfather was a music minister in the evangelical church. I have 3 older sisters. They're all married. 2 of them are married to evangelical pastors. I went to Moody Bible Institute, have a Bachelor of Arts in theology from there. I have a Master's of Divinity from Westminster Theological Seminary. So, like, I'm complete opposite of there. But I've come out of that with a deep belief in the freedom of religion in our society, and that is the way that we can actually have a peaceful society. And that the viewpoint that I came out of, though most people think that they believe in religious liberty, truly don't. And when push comes to shove, they do not believe that that is a right that is endowed to each person within our community. And I don't think most of them know that. And there's a lot of differences we can talk about their individual viewpoints and the systems they're a part of, but Why I continue to speak out about Christian nationalism is because I think there are a lot more Christian nationalisms than we think, nationalists, and more than people, even within things like evangelicalism, think that they themselves are participating in a system that is actively harming our communities. And this 2 weeks of all 2 weeks as we're talking about this, it is a direct line from some of the beliefs in the evangelical church in particular. That's where I come from, that's where I'm most familiar with, the largest religious group in the country. It is a straight line from some of their beliefs to ICE agents on the streets, completely abandoning constitutional realities and rights of our neighbors, asking things like, where were you born, to someone who's pumping gas. And that's why we are continuing to speak out about this and why I think it's so important to be here this morning. So thank you for coming.
Hi, I'm Brion Curran. I use they and she pronouns. I represent the White Bear Lake area, District 36B. So that's White Bear Lake, Gem Lake, Birchwood Village, Vadnais Heights, and half of White Bear Township. So if you're from there, hey. If you're not, if you have friends there, tell them to tell me hey. In the legislature, I sit on human services, public safety, and judiciary. I too am in my third year, came in with Andy. And I've been on these three committees for the last 3 years as well. And I think in those spaces in particular, the Judiciary Committee is where we tend to see a lot of these issues come up, where what people's civil rights are, what different groups have protection, how and why. We've had some very intense debates in our Judiciary Committees over the last few years over several issues that ultimately lead back to differences in religious beliefs and what religious freedom means to people. And those are direct conversations that we're having in our committees when we're making laws. And for me, that comes from, I grew up in a household where both of my parents came from very religious backgrounds. They went to, my dad went to a religious elementary school. My mom was raised Wesleyan Methodist. And when they left Wisconsin, started their family in Minnesota, they just, weren't too keen on the upbringing, that part of the upbringing that they had. And they weren't really interested in finding a church for our family to belong to. So I just grew up without religion in my life. And to me, since I've been a kid, religion has kind of been like it's a choice. And as I've grown and now as an adult, I'm seeing for a lot of people that to them it doesn't feel like a choice. And it's a really interesting thing to me when we talk about what that means from a government perspective. From a government perspective, you do have a choice, but for a lot of people of faith, it's not a choice. And so that's kind of where I operate from is where is it that you have rights and choices, and how do we protect those within government? So people may not think that they have choices, but they absolutely do. And I'm looking forward to getting into the conversation. Thanks for having us today.
Thank you. Senator McEwen.
Hey, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Yes. Okay. I see that I'm looming large over this, this gathering. But I'm really thankful to be here. Thank you so much for accommodating me to be able to appear remotely from Duluth. I'm State Senator Jen McEwen. I represent Duluth in the Minnesota State Senate. I was elected first in 2020. So I am finishing out my second term as a state senator. I am the chair of the Labor Committee, that was said, and I'm also the vice chair of the Environment Committee in the Senate, and then a member of the Energy Committee and Transportation Committee. So I do a lot of work both in the labor and workers' rights space, and then also in the environment and energy spaces as well. But I guess I would say that in regard to this work in particular in the Secular Government Caucus, my background, I grew up here in Duluth as well, and my parents were both from sort of, I would say sort of progressive, more liberal Christian homes. My mom grew up Lutheran and my dad Presbyterian, and I was raised up going to the Presbyterian church. But it was more of a progressive congregation of Presbyterians. And then when I got into college, I discovered the Unitarian Universalist Church. And when I was married, my husband and I were married with in the Unitarian Universalist Church, and we've had various involvement, different levels of involvement in our adult lives with the UU Church, and have really, really appreciated that community, just the openness of thought and inquiry of the UU Church. I am really, I think that the work that we're doing is, as one of my colleagues said, just directly, there's a direct line to what we're experiencing right now in Minnesota, sort of this onslaught of brutal, I don't want to call it even immigration enforcement, because I don't really think that's what is happening. It's sort of branded as immigration enforcement, but it truly is an effort by some people in our nation to force and control the rest of us in the nation into sort of a submission, and allowing them to oppress people, oppress people in various ways. And growing up in Duluth, I had a number of friends. Duluth is a pretty progressive community too, but I did have a number of friends growing up who grew up in more conservative homes. I remember my parents sort of shaking their heads at hearing that neighbors were giving money to Pat Robertson's crusade and things like that. But I always felt that sort of sense, and I still feel it now, maybe even more than when I was a kid, of that there are some people in our society, because of their religious belief, who really do want to control me, control all of us, dictate in our lives, like what we can do, who we can love, how we conduct ourselves in a way that is really brutally oppressive. And there's also a strong through line into racism and how that manifests in the United States, and the religious belief that some of those communities have. So I really look forward to having this conversation. There's so much to talk about, and there's so much work for us to do at the legislature as we go forward. But thanks very much for having me. I look forward to being part of this conversation.
Thank you, Senator McEwen. As a fellow UU, we're glad to have you here. And I want to start by pulling on a thread, actually, that you mentioned in your response. So, there are scholars of Christian nationalism who note that the movement often views immigration not just as a policy issue, but really a form of cultural defilement, in their words, that threatens a specifically white Christian national identity. How do you see that kind of God and country rhetoric being used to justify the dehumanizing and brutal tactics we're seeing in the Twin Cities right now? What role does Christian nationalism play in what's going on with ICE?
Yeah, just I'll start, and then I think you guys will have stuff to jump in on. But one of the things that I am really taking away from what's going on around us in this dumpster fire that it is right now is, like you mentioned, people are afraid, and to them it's a genuine, they feel this fear that if someone who is an other comes into their space, that they're going to lose what it is that makes them feel safe, what it is that makes them feel like them, right? And when you take a look at American history, that makes sense, because every step of the way, Americans have not exactly pulled themselves up by bootstraps, so to speak. The American way, really at its core, is to take things because before somebody takes it from you. That's how American government was established. That's what happened to our native neighbors. People were afraid that others would come in and take from us, so before we do that, we will take from you. And I think people really need to look and acknowledge that truth, that there is no positive outcome from the taking of others. We've seen it in history. We've seen it here in America. We've seen it across the world. The similarities are just in our faces right now. But really, at its core, it's just because something is important to you and you want to hang on to it, does not mean that somebody wants to take it from you. That's not what that means. And certainly, we don't need to take another step and take things away from other people to protect what we have.
Rep Smith, Rep Hollins, anything to add?
I mean, so one of the things that I've been noticing is I think the Trump administration is really different than the Bush administration, although they both have anti-immigrant stances and they both, we saw an anti-Muslim sort of rhetoric happening in the Bush era, but what I am seeing, or how I'm perceiving it right now, is also that the current administration is, I think, using white Christian nationalism very cynically in a way that is not, I'm trying to think of how to word this. I don't know, have any of you read the book, The Longest Con? Okay, you should all read The Longest Con. It's a really good book detailing the history of the far-right movement from the 1950s to present, and how it is a series of different grifts that are intricately tied into the religious right, and how people are using religion for the common man and saying that it's a justification of something, but really it's to make the rich richer, it's to grift poor grandmas out of their money, and it's to further their further this agenda of hatred, right? That is not really born out of any Christian theology or belief. And so what I am seeing is I am seeing the current administration using white Christian nationalism, using those tropes, using that language, using those catchphrases and those songs in their advertisements for ICE, right? Like trying to draw white Christian nationalists to do the bidding of billionaires. Because at the bottom of, I think at the top of this, or the bottom of it, I don't know how you want to phrase it, but is really a notion that the rich and powerful continue to get more rich and powerful, and they will use whoever they can in order to do that. And I think it's important for us to, like, when I think about this, because I'm thinking about this a lot, when this administration is over, I don't want to think that I have to hate 50% of the people in my country. Like, that is hard for me, right? I don't want to be afraid when I see 50% of the people that I am around. And so I have to believe that some of this, they are also being used. They are also being manipulated. They have fallen into a cult that is allowing them to participate in this heinous action, and that we need to look at them, be afraid, but also I want us to have empathy and to think about how do we bring them back from that. Because unless we're saying they're dead, unless we're saying we're just done, and like white Christian nationalists, everybody who has done and participated in this is just done, fine, if that's the route we're going down. But I have to believe that there's some good in some of these people, that I see, folks that I love and care about, whose grandparents are falling into this, whose parents are falling into this, and that we have to have some hope that we can pull them back, that we can deprogram them like we do with other cult members, because we can't just give up on 50% of our population. So all that to say is, it is directly tied, and I think it is being used cynically, and I think it is being used manipulatively to common people to get them to go along with something that is truly just benefiting billionaires and people in power.
I think that's a good maybe place for me to add. Like, my hope is because I was an evangelical, I think there is hope for not everyone in that system, but for many people to realize it. And from my own journey, I think what I would say to the original question of how this is connected, for centuries now, powerful people have seen that Christianity in particular, but also religion as a whole, especially religion that is focused so much on certainty and authority, right? The heart of authoritarianism is, what is that authority? And in some spaces of Christianity, the heart is like God says what he says, and we believe it no matter what. And so there's kind of a built-in idea of authoritarianism, like we have to believe in this. And, for ages, the powerful have seen how that can be used to manipulate, right? From the Roman Empire, Constantine, all the way through the Crusades, all the way through to more modern spaces. That has been manipulated, as Athena said. For me, in my journey, a lot of what helped sort of shake that unshakable belief in authority and rightness of what I believed is this very American notion that we have never been good at holding to, but that is part of the dream of America, that there is this middle space where we all can gather and we can build a society together. And I think that's really what, I'm going to come back to this idea of religious pluralism is this extreme idea. It's still extreme now as it was in 1776. And a lot of people think, it means you can worship how you want to worship. And that is one aspect, absolutely, of religious freedom. I would say there's three main ones. The second one also, of course, is that those who worship differently than me, or differently than the majority of folks, we don't want to penalize in our communities. Not discrimination. But there's this third aspect that I think particularly evangelicals don't think about, which is if you say you are for religious freedom, you are inherent in that saying that you can build a society that flourishes, that works, where there's justice, where there's morality, that isn't dictated by religious morals. And that is when you're met with that tension. When I was met with that tension, for me it was a Obergefell. I read that Supreme Court decision, and if you ever read it, it's a beautiful Supreme Court decision that basically talks about hey, marriage is pretty great. We have no reason to deny it to these people. And you read that and you say, that does not square, I can't square this belief of religious freedom and this authority I've been told that this is wrong. And you have to choose at some point. And that was one of the many things that sort of brought me to a place of coming out of sort of this ultimate authority. That was a long answer, sorry. But I think that's the hope, is that we have to shake people away from sort of their instinct toward authoritarianism, particularly within the evangelical or religious American experiment.
I want to touch on something that Rep. Hollins said about, the federal government's sort of radical shift toward Christian nationalist policy and trying to impose it on all Americans. And, one of the things is that states have been and can act as a firewall, right, between the federal government and their people. So as they sort of start enacting the Christian nationalist parts of 2025, redefining gender, cutting DEI, what are some of the most critical things that the Minnesota legislature can do this year to act as a firewall for secular values? And Senator McEwen, maybe we'll start with you.
That's a great question. I mean, I might take issue a little bit with the premise. I think that there are steps that we can take, ranging from things like, passing a law, making it illegal for law enforcement officers to wear masks under most all circumstances, for example, or to be clearly identifiable by the public. So things like that, sort of in the state law, clarifying our own state laws to make sure that the kind of behavior that we would expect from law enforcement is respected. All the way to, I've heard people sort of musing and talking about possibilities of the money piece, the economic piece, where you have a number of, these so-called blue states who we all know put in a lot more money than we get back from the federal government in terms of taxes and revenues. So is there some sort of mechanism where we could say, under these circumstances, we're just not going to be able to contribute this money when we're facing this extreme oppression and set some types of conditions on that. And I haven't heard yet in the talk that I've been sort of tracking a mechanism yet for being able to do that effectively. And in all of these decisions, what we're facing down right now is truly horrifying exercise of power from the federal government. So there's a lot of debate at the state level around what steps are we willing to take, and will that actually ratchet things up? Are we acting more responsibly if we try to constantly tone it down, tone it down, tone it down? Unfortunately, I think what we've seen over the last month or two is that those attempts to tone things down, Governor Walz saying he won't run for re-election, any number of things that people try to do to appease this federal administration, it doesn't necessarily even matter. And I think when you're dealing with a fascist government, and this is, make no mistake, a fascist government, you're not going to succeed by trying to kind of placate them. They're after raw, pure power, and they're going to exercise whatever means that they feel that they can get away with in order to achieve that control and that power. And so I think we're in a really, really tough spot right now, friends. I mean, I don't want to be the doom sayer here or the Debbie Downer, but things are rough in terms of the choices that we actually have or don't have. And a lot of that also goes back to just the balance of power here in Minnesota as well. I mean, we have, and our House right now is in a tie between the parties. I haven't seen our Republican colleagues, at least so far, and I hope that this might change, but so far they've been in lockstep with the Trump administration. They're all in on this. And I think some of them are scared, actually, and probably for good reason, of retribution toward them if they break. And this is sort of, this is the thing that people talked about during the first Trump administration. We can see ourselves sliding into this space and just how dangerous it is. And we are here, and we are in a very dangerous space. The announcement just last night of the investigation of Governor Walz and Mayor Frey, all of these are very dire signs that this federal administration is not going to just walk away from this fight. They are going to go after people. So I don't know what our choices are. I don't know. I think that this is a great question. It would have been interesting to look at it, 4 years ago, or back in the day when it seemed more doable that we could actually put up some lines. But now when we're talking about what the state can do, we're actually talking about being, we are already occupied, but moving into a phase of being literally occupied by the US military on our streets, and having being controlled by a military law in our state. And this is what happens. This is what happens when you don't have people checking fascism as it creeps in and then takes hold. So I would love to hear if my colleagues have some more rosy ideas about things that we can do. I can tell you that there is a lot of, the one reassuring thing that I would offer is that there is a lot of discussion happening right now amongst legislators. Both my amazing colleagues here do such great work, and we have a number of colleagues who are really engaged in this question, figuring out what levers do we have in the state of Minnesota that we can actually pull, that we can exercise some power to protect people. So there is a really active conversation going on around that, and debate about which levers should be pulled and whether they should be pulled. So, you know, jump into that debate if you can. Thanks.
Thanks for the candor, Senator.
So I do have, so first of all, Jen, just FYI, I am working on a bill for tax escrow account so that we can put our taxes into it. I'm not talking to the federal government. But that also reminds me of one of the things that is maybe most difficult and also gives me a little bit of hope in this moment. Because when I said I want to have a bill to create an escrow account for our taxes, for our federal tax dollars, and we'll just hold them until they're like not occupying our state, or you know, we get the things that we need, or they whatever. And they were like, well, that's like not really allowed. That's actually like illegal. And I was like, who cares? It doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter. They're not following any sort of law. So why are we bound by following the rules? And I think that this is my most, this is the takeaway that I want all of us as legislators to take away, but also all of you as citizens to take away. I am afraid that the people who are currently in power are playing by the rules of a game that no longer exists. And that, it's like you were playing chess and they kicked the board off of the table and they were like, we're not doing this anymore. And you're still like, oh, but my rook can only move this way. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Those rules no longer apply. And if we continue trying to play this game of fascism with the old rules, we will lose. So in my mind, it is incumbent upon all of you to push your leadership, to push your elected officials, and for us to recognize that we are in a whole different ballgame. And there is no point in us trying to follow the rules that have been set out that this current federal administration is not following. They are not following any sort of law. And I had to say this to a group of law students because I'm a lawyer, and so I go and talk to law students a lot. And they were like, well, how do we fight back? And I was like, they were like, what can the Supreme Court do? Don't look to the Supreme Court. We're done with them. They're done. They're not going to save us in this moment, right? And if we keep relying on those things and we keep waiting for those people who are playing by the actual rules that was set up in our government, we will fail. So that is my takeaway for everybody, and I'm gonna let Brion go. Sorry, I do on my rant.
And I just wanted to say that, at the core of this question is the intersection of religion and politics. And, there's only so much you can do with your own personal beliefs and values. If it's your religion that brings you to your beliefs and values. Once you start getting into politics, it's not just your beliefs and values, it's your vote. If you're somebody who cares about what's going on, and you want changes in the system, the way to do that is to vote for people who represent you and want to give everybody and retain the opportunity for the freedoms that we have and should continue to have. So, when we're asked, here right now in the beginning of 2026, where the legislature currently stands, what can we do as legislators? My very frank answer for all of you is we can't do anything without you. In 2026, it is very unlikely that we will make any sort of significant change that combats what the Trump regime is doing to Minnesota. That being said, if we can win back majorities, we can make a difference. And so, if we look back to 2023 and 2024, you can see where there was some political power in Minnesota and a whole bunch of rights and protections were passed. Our task now as House members is to hold the line. We know that Republicans are not gonna give us an inch on civil rights, religious freedoms, or anything. If they're proposing legislation that aims to be religious freedom, it's a guise. It suppresses somebody somewhere. You can't trust it. But this is where religion and politics really matter. We don't get the power to make the change unless you give it to us. And even though the three of us are elected here, we don't have enough teammates from the rest of the communities in Minnesota to be able to do the work that you want us to do. So just, from that takeaway, I would say, if you're looking at a majority of lawmakers who stand with you and have your values and things aren't being done, put the fire to our feet. But in this moment, fire to our feet, they're already burning. They're already burning, all right? And so make certain that you give us more teammates so that we can protect everybody.
We've got about 5 minutes before we need to wrap up for lunch. And so I see a couple questions here. We'll see if maybe we can get to one while they're collecting them. I want to ask a quick question about, because this, of course, is a huge achievement of Humanist MN and an example of what this group can do when it's organized. The Secular Government Caucus. Why does it matter? Like, what is the function of a caucus, and what does it mean to have an organized presence for church-state separation when people try to introduce bills that undermine religious liberty?
Well, so in my mind, it's important because we have folks who are constantly looking at bills that are coming in with that in mind, right? So every bill that is being dropped, or certainly ones that are being heard, because we get thousands of bills get dropped, but they only hear a couple hundred, right? So if they're going to be heard, somebody is looking at that and thinking, okay, how does this apply to religious liberties? How does this apply for the Secular Government Caucus? And then we're able to organize around it, right? So then a group of people can say, this is terrible. This is how it would impact folks on the ground. And we can let the chairs know who maybe didn't see that, because not everybody is thinking about it with that lens. And so I think it's really a powerful organizing tool, and it means more eyes on the things that are coming through that, we might not think about how it impacts different groups of people. I think all of our caucuses are kind of like that. The Queer Caucus will be flagging things for folks who are like, I know you didn't really think about this, but in a school, this is how this is going to impact queer people. Or the Posse Caucus, the People of Color Indigenous Caucus, same thing, right? You maybe didn't think about this, but this is how this impacts Native American folks and Native communities. And so flagging that for our colleagues who are maybe not in the same headspace is really important, and it allows us to have multiple eyes on things, with all of our different perspectives. I don't know anything about churches, and Andy, I'll be like, Andy, tell me about churches. How does this impact
What do you want to know? I might also just add to that we're state legislators, we don't have staffs. We're not like Senator Klobuchar or Senator Smith, we do this job part-time. So having as many resources as possible to keep information rolling is critical to what we're trying to do.
Awesome. And I think great reasons for a caucus. It's definitely why we at the AHA work to start the Congressional Free Thought Caucus on the federal level. And if you stick around for the 1 o'clock talk, we have an exciting announcement about the Congressional Free Thought Caucus. I think we got time for one question, and I think Nick has it.
I'll just run it up. Can the legislators stay around for those of us who don't want to visit the table and answer some of the questions?
Well, I'll be here for a bit. I can speak.
Yeah, I can stay for a while.
There we go. All right, so they'll be hanging around afterwards for one-to-ones. Is there value in having citizens talk to Republican congressmen? I see Senator McEwen nodding her head hard, so I'll go there first.
Yes, please do. Please. I think that sometimes at the legislature, and this goes to the last question as well, I really appreciate having this caucus because there are so many times at the Capitol where that Christian nationalist sort of ethos and belief system is so normalized amongst large swaths of our colleagues, and it feels so deeply oppressive to me. I mean, I've heard prayers given in the Minnesota Senate that I didn't want to sit through. They were so brutal and oppressive and offensive to me. So having the caucus is so important for that reason. And I'm always trying, similar to what was said earlier, we have to provide these pathways for people to come back from the brink, whether that's in the actions that are happening right now with the MAGA movement or actions at the in the Minnesota government. We need some of our Republican colleagues to break with that lockstep march toward that kind of oppression. So please do, please talk to our Republican colleagues.
Can I add one thing?
Please.
Yeah, I want to add one thing because when I first started in the legislature in 2020, we had to meet up with one of our Republicans that we did a little meet and greet sort of thing. It was all virtual. And the one I met with was like, yeah, I don't really buy into all of this stuff, but Trump won my district by 80%, so I have to go along with it. And so I think it's actually really important that they hear from other folks, because clearly they, some of them, yes, are true believers and they're crazy, but some of them are just following the will of what they think the people want. And so if the people are loud and give their opinions, which is counter to what they believe is true, then you can sway them, because all they care about is being reelected. So, kick them out if they're not doing what you want them to do.
I would just add to that, I have a policy in my office that if people reach out and they're rude, that I'm under no obligation to continue a conversation. And I'm pretty straightforward with people on that. If there's a particularly rude email, but somebody at the core has something that is important to talk about, I'll email them back and say, if you can not be rude to me, we can have this conversation. It's the one thing in my title that I will demand respect for, is not having a rude conversation. That said, reach out to the Republican folks who represent you politely, respectfully, engage in things that are meaningful to you, and have a values-based conversation. That will go a long way.
Thank you. And let's give a round of applause to our legislative champions. And of course,
Yeah, thank you, everybody. Somebody wanted to hear more from the legislators. I need to make a couple of announcements, and if they are willing to stay for a couple more questions, we can arrange that. The most important announcement is about lunch. When you come back from the break, we'll have lunch set up back there. Those who paid for lunch will hand in your lunch ticket at the start of the line, which is just to the side of the double doors, right down there. Lunch is an assortment of salads, sandwich wraps, and of course, dessert. All foods will be labeled and noted if they are vegetarian, vegan, or gluten-free. If you specifically ordered a vegan or gluten-free lunch, your sandwiches and dessert are labeled with red ink. If you did not make that such an order, please leave the red labeled items for the people who have dietary needs. There's also compostable basket back there, bucket, trash can, whatever, and the plates and cutlery are all compostable, so you can put it back there. Okay, I think that's it. Take your break. Come back in 15 minutes and enjoy the food. We have plenty. We'll be starting at 12:15. Bye to Senator McEwen. Thank you so much.
folks come and engage. Direct for those of you.
That's a good question.
We can. Okay.
I'm the co-chair of the
Once they start calling
And once
it
that
out,
you figure it out. Send me an email. I mean,
there is some legal consequences.
Back when I started, there was
he's going to mute this because it's still on. He's going to mute it just so we can move it without, I don't know, just in case there's some kerfuffle. We'll move it back where it was. Yeah.
Coming up on the summer, so
My understanding is that there is more food, so if you would like seconds, we would rather people eat it than pack it up. So go help yourself to seconds. If there's anybody in the house, and if somebody wants to tell people in the other rooms, if you didn't have a lunch ticket and you would like to pick over the leftovers. Help yourself. If you want to toss in a couple of dollars, we'd very much appreciate it and help us pay for the food and pay for the event. And with that word in mind, up there on the screen is a QR code. Humanist MN is an all-volunteer run organization, and to help us pay for this event, if you have it in you to make a little bit of a donation, we would very much appreciate it. You can either use that, out at our table, there's QR codes, there's buckets, whatever. We'd appreciate anything you can do. Thank you so much. We'll be starting the next part of our program in about 5 minutes. sentences.
It's time. Okay, I just pulled that out so that I can give it to him easily.
What? There might be, so you should turn that on. Yeah, is it on? Yeah. In fact, show Marcy. Bob can show you All right, everyone. To keep things moving along here, you can still eat. This is the luncheon part of our program, which includes a program and some speakers, so eating is totally fine. And if there's more food back there, sure, go help yourself. Before, I'm not sure, are there, we had one or two legislators who are not on the panel that were here. Are there any legislators who are in the House? Please stand up. I think is it Katie Jones that's here? My representative. She showed up, also a member of the Secular Government Caucus. Are there any other legislators still in the House? Please stand. Please stand. They maybe had to run, but thank you so much for being here, Katie. Oh, they're over here, of course. Well, great. You guys were fabulous. Warm my heart, warm my heart. I'm Audrey Kingstrom. I'm a board member of Humanist MN and the volunteer program coordinator. So welcome everyone to the second part of today's program, which is our luncheon. And this is our second annual Religious Freedom Day event. So we only can we can only put on one big event a year. As Suzanne referenced earlier, Marcy, I don't remember which one, but we used to really focus on the Day of Reason. And because of what's happening in our country, last year we decided to pivot to really focusing on religious freedom. And so this is our second annual event, and we are so glad you are all here, especially if there's anyone new that's joined us in the last half hour or so, whenever you did. So over the past several years, Humanist MN has been building our relationships with our state legislators to urge them to champion secular government and religious freedom. Last year, we decided that instead of just focusing on this day, we also wanted to really acknowledge and extend our appreciation to those legislators who have taken the lead. And so we've instituted a Religious Freedom Champion Award. And to hand out this year's award is Marcy Woodruff, co-chair of our Humanists in Action team.
Hi, good afternoon. It is my honor to introduce a fierce religious champion who's in the room, Representative Mike Freiberg. He's in his 7th term representing the Northwest Minneapolis suburbs, and he is running for state senator in his district this year. His dedication to public service and efforts to make Minnesota a better, safer space are quite impressive. Today, we're acknowledging Representative Freiberg's powerful actions and vital commitment to our country's foundational principle of separation of religion and government. As a legislator, Representative Freiberg has introduced several measures to protect the religious freedom of people of any faith and people with none. From legislation prohibiting belief-based vaccine exemptions to allowing end-of-life and secular addiction recovery options, Representative Freiberg promotes policy and choices for the well-being of all. In the last 2 legislative sessions, he's also introduced a House resolution recognizing January 16th as Religious Freedom Day in Minnesota, a resolution based on the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom upon which the First Amendment of our Constitution was modeled. While these bills and resolutions have not yet passed, and we know what we need to do, Representative Freiberg's tenacity and persistence in continuing to present legislation that ensures all of us can pursue our happiness, no matter our religious beliefs, is tremendously appreciated. He has also promoted humanist and inclusive values by inviting secular celebrants to perform the invocation before legislative sessions. In 2022, Representative Freiberg, partnering with like-minded legislators in the Minnesota Senate, was instrumental in the creation of a secular government caucus. This caucus was formed in part as a response to the rise in Christian nationalism that has made some politicians think it's okay to impose their personal religious beliefs on others. Representative Freiberg is a co-chair of this important legislative caucus. Outside of his role as a legislator, Representative Freiberg has discussed the importance of religious liberty and secular government on podcasts and television. He's participated on a national panel of secular officials discussing healthcare sharing ministries, a largely unregulated form of health coverage, not insurance, that often requires members to agree to follow a common set of religious beliefs. He's supported his Muslim neighbors by observing during Friday prayers, watchful for targeted immigration enforcement. Representative Freiberg wholeheartedly believes in true religious freedom for all, and we are so very grateful for all he does to protect this most precious and fundamental freedom. Please join me in welcoming and thanking the recipient of the 2026 Religious Freedom Champions Award, Representative Mike Freiberg. I'd like to read what it says. It says, Religious Freedom Champion 2026, Representative Mike Freiberg, in grateful recognition of your efforts to defend the rights of people of all faiths and none. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Marcy. That's really kind. I'll just put it there for now. I want to be careful with it. Oh, okay, nice. Yes. Thank you for those really nice words. I'm just kind of overwhelmed here. It's an honor to receive the award. So it's great that we can have celebratory events like this because, from a humanist perspective anyway, everything's going great in the world and in Minnesota. So, just kidding. Obviously, I mean, I'm not going to lie. Things may seem kind of bleak right now. You have this obscene version of Christian fascism in charge of our federal government that is leading to things like parents being taken away from their kids at bus stops and in cars, people's First Amendment rights being violated, and Renee Nicole Good being senselessly killed just barely a week ago in her car. But I have seen things that give me hope. People are mobilizing like I've never seen before on Signal chats. I'm probably gonna have to, if I keep going like this, it's because I have my notes on my phone and I'm on the local rapid response chats in my area and there's a message every like 5 minutes or so. And they're doing this at great personal risk to themselves. Other things that give me hope, maybe the courts are gonna prevent some of the worst abuses happening. We just had a pretty good decision about some of the actions of ICE and other federal agents that came down in the court yesterday. My colleagues here in the House DFL caucus, thank you all for being here. That was a wonderful panel that they were at before. Are certainly committed to doing everything we can at the state level to stop this occupation in Minnesota, whether it's introducing bills to prevent unidentifiable masked law enforcement agents terrorizing our streets and other pieces of legislation along those lines. And the Secular Government Caucus certainly has a role to play. The caucus and the chairs have weighed in on issues like faith statements as part of our post-secondary enrollment option program, and I know, Beatrice, you're going to talk about that next, and I really look forward to hearing what you have to say. Prayers and athletic events at public schools, and members have been advocating for pieces of legislation that protect our reproductive rights or create options at the end of life. So there's a lot of great legislators who care deeply about religious freedom and making sure people aren't having a religious view imposed on them in public spaces. So, I want to keep this pretty short, but I just want to say, it's really important that you continue, as they mentioned in the panel before, to continue to reach out to your legislators on issues that are important to you, especially if you're in a red district. But perhaps even more importantly, I think you're going to need to get involved electorally this year and be involved in campaigns. Whatever you can do, whether it's giving money to legislators in tough districts. I mean, we're in Minneapolis, like Katie Jones is awesome. She's a great legislator. Where are you, Katie? So she's probably going to win with like 70, 75. What'd you get last time? 75% of the vote? 85% of the Wow. You put me to shame. I only got 75. So, certainly contribute to her, help her out, but I know both, legislators like her who are really diligent and hardworking are going to be out in tough districts, where it's a lot closer. We have a candidate right here, Brion Curran, so it's nice to see you. He's running down in Lakeville, so that is a race, that is a seat that's currently held by a Republican that we can win. Because we see what happens when we had the trifecta. You're pointing. Okay, all right. What's your name? Where are you running? Okay, where's 46B is? Okay, all right, well, thanks for being here. We saw when we had the trifecta what we can do with the DFL majority. I mean, that's what it takes right now. I mean, maybe at some point the Republicans the party will stop being a total cult of personality, a Christian nationalist party that actually believes in protecting people's rights. But at this point, I don't think we can trust them to govern. So we need to have a DFL trifecta again. When we had it last time, we passed free school lunches, we legalized cannabis, we passed the provision about faith statements that Beatrice is going to be talking about. So we can do these things when we have the majority. And we only had a 1-seat majority in the Senate and a 3-seat majority in the House. So if you're in places like Cottage Grove or St. Cloud, if you're able to get around and door knock, to some people, like my wife's very introverted and doesn't like talking to strangers, but I think she recognizes this is a critical time in our country right now. So she's been going out to protect our neighbors, our immigrant neighbors. She's door knocked in campaigns just to stop the spread of Christian nationalism. So it's really, when you're talking to people one-on-one, that's one of the best ways you can help out candidates in tough districts. So, so I just can't emphasize enough how important it is to get involved politically, even if it's something you're not used to doing or not comfortable with. But it's an all hands on deck time in our country and in Minnesota right now. So it takes people with reasonable beliefs who believe in human rights, such as everyone here, to get involved. So once again, I really appreciate the award and the nice words. Am I handing it over to somebody? Am I taking questions? What would you like me to do? Thanks. Stay on schedule? Yeah. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
We really packed the agenda, so we can't, but Mike is just the best ever. And I just want to say, he's out there, he's getting 75%, but he's out there. Sometimes we're tracking him down for this, that, or the other thing, and he's
up north somewhere campaigning for somebody, and he's doing the work, and he's doing it all. Anyway, we have some great legislators in the room, and I just can't thank you enough. And this is a room of people that really appreciates you, so know you're appreciated. So now we would like to hear from Beatrice Handlin. In 2023, Beatrice was a student in the state-funded post-secondary enrollment options program, which we have here in Minnesota, which allows high school students to earn credits in college classes. She testified at the Legislature in favor of a bill to bar colleges in that program from requiring students to sign faith statements that discriminated against LGBTQ students. She explained how that affected her personally. When the law was later challenged in court, the Secular Government Caucus, with Representative Freiberg as co-chair, issued a statement strongly supporting it. Beatrice now works at the University of Minnesota and recently completed a Fulbright English teaching assistantship in Bulgaria. Beatrice has a few remarks she'd like to make now on this occasion. Welcome.
Okay, thank you all for having me here. I really want to thank the Humanists of Minnesota. I also want to thank Representative Freiberg. I wouldn't be here without your bill. So, my name is Beatrice Handlin, and when I was in high school, I began looking into PSEO classes. If you are not familiar with PSEO, it is one of the very unique programs we have in education here in Minnesota. It stands for Post-Secondary Enrollment Options. And it allows Minnesota high schoolers to take college courses for free, which is kind of insane to think about. It is everything to me. It is something I care about deeply because it benefited me in amazing ways. I graduated high school in 2021 with 70 college credits, all of which were free, from the University of Minnesota, where I continued to get my bachelor's there. So, how I ended up at the University of Minnesota for my PSEO, when I was beginning to look at options, I was recommended a couple in the area. So one of them was Northwestern University, which was fairly close to my family home. It had great academics, good transferability, and I had been recommended it since it has a huge PSEO population, which it still does today. And I knew it was a Christian college. However, one thing about PSEO is it does not allow students to take classes that are not secular. So, in theory, it should be a neutral ground for those students, especially since PSEO is funded through public education dollars. However, as I was filling out that application, I was asked to sign something called a morality statement. This statement asked any student intending to apply to or enroll at Northwestern to state that they were not gay or transgender or did anything else that was not religiously acceptable to them. I was a little confused about this, obviously, because if this was publicly funded and if we were taking secular classes, why would they be asking me about my personal identity? I ended up applying, and I signed that statement knowing it was not true for me. I knew I was gay. But I was also able to get into several other institutions, and I chose the University of Minnesota. But I had friends who went there, who identified as queer, who identified as non-Christian, and they had to worry about their credits being rescinded, about being kicked out, all while they were simply trying to get free college credits while they were in high school. So when I graduated, I was approached by a legislator to ask my thoughts on the topic, and I was like, oh, you noticed I was gay, thank you. And I had been doing some advocacy work for PSEO at the Capitol, because as I said, it's an amazing program that I care about deeply. And I agreed to testify should that bill come up. And I did, and it was really awesome. It was a really wonderful opportunity, and I got to share about how this is impacting students, because some of these institutions that required these morality statements were in locations that was the only option they could go to. Obviously, in the Twin Cities, that's not the case, but if you're in rural areas, that majorly impacts students. So, I also resented that I had been marked as dirty and immoral simply because I was gay. And I also find it that it was, and when it was passed, sorry, got a little lost in here, so when this bill was passed, I was very proud of the work I had done on it. And when it was overturned, I was disappointed, but I still see the positives in that outcome. We are now talking about this conversation. And also, these colleges are starting to change a little. One of these institutions, Northwestern, now only requires students to take a morality statement if they are in person. So if they take online classes, they are not required to fill it out. Is it perfect? No, but I still see it as progress. And this might be small fish. It's a very niche community in Minnesota, but it is concerning that until very recently, and that is now overturned, private institutions were taking public education funding and discriminating against protected classes of students. And then when they were told they couldn't do that they threatened to close down their programs. And these programs were massive. Northwestern has, I believe, the second largest population of PSEO students in the state. So they were going to just throw all caution to the wind and get rid of all their students just because they were told they could not discriminate against students in with public funding. So, it would have negatively impacted an even larger group. And it was overturned on saying it was infringing on religious freedom. But religious freedom does not give one the right to discriminate against others, which I'm sure you all know. And I'll wrap this up because I'm sure I'm going over time, but I'm a bit of a yapper. Education should be inclusive, and plenty of religious institutions have done that work. So why aren't all the institutions in Minnesota doing it? And it is specific and a bigoted choice to discriminate against queer students and also students of other religions when you are specifically receiving public funding. And it also doesn't fit into an idea of Christianity that I believe should be available, one that you take care of your neighbors, that you view others as equals, which I'm sure you all know, you're all humanists. And it is extremely vital that public education maintains inclusion and secularism. So I really want to thank Representative Freiberg and all of the legislators that worked on this, because it did impact students. And I think it was a beautiful thing to see for our state, and is something I continue to hope to see, is to the PSEO program to only begin to continue to expand and improve, and hopefully that these institutions will begin to make some changes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Beatrice. So now to our keynote speaker this afternoon is Fish Stark, and we are so happy to have him here to speak at our Religious Freedom Champions Lunch. Already in his short life, at least short from my perspective, few gray hairs there, Fish has been an organizer, educator, social entrepreneur, political activist, and stand-up comic, if you didn't know. He's got quite a resume for such a young person, but I won't go into all the details here because you've all got access to the internet and you can look it up yourself. But I do want to say how much we welcome Fish here today as the executive director of the American Humanist Association, a position he has held for, I think some of you heard earlier, for about 1.5 years. And as an organization, as a humanist movement, we are so happy to have your energy, your skills, your humor, and your commitment to social justice and the dignity of all in service of the humanist movement. I want to add, too, that Fish is a lifelong humanist, the son of Representative Pete Stark, who was the first openly non-theist member of the U.S. Congress. And in chatting with Fish last year when we first met, it also sounds like he was well tutored in democracy and humanist values from a very early age. As I previously mentioned, and you've heard here several times now this morning, for the past several years, Humanist MN has been especially intent on urging our elected officials to be staunch supporters of secular government, to work for the common good and for the well-being of all. Hence, Fish's heritage is not lost on us. that Fish's father was a courageous first, the first legislator to publicly stand up as a non-theist and defend the true meaning of religious freedom, the freedom to believe or not to believe. We are encouraged that in this decade and in these fraught times, more and more legislators are doing the same. Maybe they are still here or not, some of them, as evidenced as we have seen earlier today. Now, with Fish at the helm of the American Humanist Association, he has taken up the challenge of leading and inspiring a movement that is committed to defending our democracy, protecting our religious freedom, bringing people of all stripes together around shared values, not belief, and working for the common good. Please join me in giving a warm Minnesota welcome to Fish.
Thank you, Audrey. You make me feel so young. Hey, folks. It's good to be here with you in Minneapolis today. My name is Fish Stark. That's fish like the animal, Stark like Iron Man. I am proud to be the executive director of the American Humanist Association. It fulfills a lifelong dream I had as an argumentative child that I would one day be the executive director of the American Association of People Who Agree with Me. That is a joke that works on two levels. Humanists, can you imagine us agreeing on anything? There's that old joke, 2 Jews, 3 opinions. With humanists, 2 humanists, 4.5 opinions, and an epistemological debate about whether you can have half an opinion. My fiance helped me work on that joke. She's a secular Jew. When a Unitarian humanist and a secular Jew get married, you call that an interfaithless marriage. I am here to talk to you all today about what Thomas Paine called the cause of America. How humanists defined it, how we won it, and how we'll defend it. So, in the late summer of 1775, King George III issued a document called the Proclamation of Rebellion. In it, he condemned his rebellious subjects for, quote, forgetting the allegiance they owe to the power that has protected and supported them. He commanded his loyalists to root out and punish the subversive elements in his colony that dared to question his divinely granted authority. And he signed it with 4 words that defined the old world. God save the king. Hidden in that signature was a theory of power. It was the assertion that morality and truth and the right to rule were handed down through a mountaintop, through a divine bloodline to a single man who was answerable only to the heavens. In that world, you weren't a citizen, you were a subject. You didn't have rights, you had permissions. And then 250 years ago this month, January of 1776, 250 years ago last Saturday, a young argumentative firebrand named Thomas Paine, a humanist who famously declared, "To do good is my religion," published a feisty little pamphlet called Common Sense. And in it, Paine was arguing for something bigger than freedom for the American colonies. He was striking at the heart of the old world's theory of power. He looked at the king's divine right and called it what it was, an affront to nature. He argued that, quote, the cause of America is in a great deal the cause of all mankind. And he replaced God save the king with a more daring and more humanist proposition, that the law is king and the law belongs to the people. Not any one man, not any God, not the wealthy, not the priests, not the righteous, the elect, the saved, all of us equally. We are here today to talk about religious freedom, but to talk about religious freedom in 2026 is to talk about the heart of the American project. We're standing on the precipice of our country's 250th anniversary, but we find ourselves litigating the same questions that we thought were settled in the 18th century. When Paine wrote, "These are the times that try men's souls," he was talking about tyranny and the psychological wound of knowing that you are living under something less than liberty. We are living in such a winter again. In just the past few weeks, we've seen an administration that treats the Constitution like a suggestion and the human rights of our neighbors like a nuisance. We have seen thuggish violence from Venezuela to right here in Minneapolis. We've seen an administration that mocks and scorns the law because they believe they have a divine right to rule. When we see billionaires using their platforms to amplify the most dehumanizing rhetoric against our transgender neighbors, when we see the president prosecuting his political enemies, when ICE separates families in the middle of the night to send our neighbors to camps where they are tortured for the crime of being the wrong race at the wrong time, and when they make clear to us that they believe the price for protest should be to have your car tear gassed with your children inside, or to be shot in the face and called a fucking bitch, we are seeing the modern version of King George's proclamation of rebellion play out in front of us. When Vice President Vance attempted to justify the murder of Renee Nicole Good, claiming that ICE has absolute immunity, what we heard was not a leader in a democratic society, but the servant of a mad king. The religious right loves to tell a story about the founding of this country. They want you to believe that America was founded as a Christian nation, a sort of New Jerusalem, where the law was meant to reflect a specific, narrow interpretation of their scripture. But history tells a different story. We've all heard the rebuttals to the right's arguments that the founders intended America to be a Christian nation. John Adams said the United States government is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion. Thomas Jefferson said Christianity neither is nor ever was part of the common law. George Washington maybe expressed it most eloquently in his landmark Newport letter on religious freedom. For happily the government of the United States, which provides to bigotry no sanction, to persecution no assistance, requires only that they who live under its protection should demean themselves as good citizens. But we need more than a rebuttal to their story. We can't just say what America isn't. We need our own story about what America is. And when you look at the words of the founders, if you look at the values they were fighting for and the values of the monarchs they were rebelling against, it's impossible to escape the truth. America is not a Christian nation because America is a humanist nation. It was grounded in our values, not theirs. Freedom over coercion, equality over hierarchy, dignity over cruelty, reason over dogma. The men and women who built the foundation of this country, from the founders to the abolitionists to the suffragists, were rebelling against the idea held by the old world kings and the new wave of Christian nationalists that people were born to be subjects to a higher authority. Regardless of their personal religious beliefs and moral codes, the leaders who built America shared a common principle that authority and power weren't divine gifts, they were common goods. The story of America's founding is not the story of a group of conservative Christians designing a shining theocracy on a hill, but a religiously diverse group of leaders building a new nation around humanist values that demanded freedom of conscience and equality for all, regardless of how or if they pray. They understood that if the state could tell you how to pray, it could eventually tell you how to think, who to love, and how to live. Jefferson actually warned us about this very moment. In his post-presidency writings, he said, in every country and in every age, the priest has been hostile to liberty. He is always in alliance with the despot, abetting his abuses in return for protection to his own. Our country has been hijacked by an unholy alliance of billionaires, bishops, and bigots. What I call the axis of nonsense. The billionaires who have profited obscenely from our labor and our data now tell us that empathy is a weakness. They want us to see each other as competitors in a zero-sum game because if we're fighting over crumbs, we won't notice they've taken the cake. They calibrate their technologies that they own to hijack our attention and push us further apart because an isolated and anxious America is a profitable and pliable one. They represent a cynicism that is the enemy of the heroic spirit. The bishops who have lost their moral authority through decades of scandal and their embrace of raw political power tell us that freedom is dangerous. They tell us that our bodies are not our own, that our love is a sin, that our desire for knowledge is an affront to God. They demand submission And they preach a gospel of original sin, this perverse idea that we're born broken and unworthy, that we can only be made whole by bending our knee in their direction. Their dogmatism is the enemy of the free mind. And the bigots, who are animated by a deep-seated fear of a changing world, traffic in the cheap and addictive drug of resentment. They tell us the path to feeling strong is to make someone else feel weak. They offer a sense of belonging that's based not on shared values, but shared enemies. They represent supremacy, the enemy of the open heart. Their goal is to replace the cause of America with the cause of the monarchs. They believe their wealth or their worship or their whiteness gives them a divine right to rule. Nothing about what they believe is American. America at its best has rejected cynicism, dogmatism, and supremacy, and building a nation on these humanist principles: free minds, open hearts, heroic spirits. We need to be clear about why the axis of nonsense is so obsessed with tearing down the wall of separation between church and state. It isn't about freedom. It isn't about loving thy neighbor. It isn't about prayer in the schools or manger displays in the public parks. It is about control, and it is about profit. We have a cynic in the White House who invokes the language of God, not because he reveres not Jesus, but power. And because the language of God has been used again and again and again by corrupt and incompetent authoritarian hacks like him, because it is the best way to tell people when they ask where truth and power and morality belong, that it does not rightfully reside with all of us equally, but somewhere else. And when you ask humanists where morality lives, where power belongs, where truth resides, the answer is always in all of us. We believe the higher power we're searching for is our common humanity, and that terrifies the authoritarians. When religion becomes the law no longer belongs to the people. But think about it. Why is Elon Musk talking about God? Why is Elon Musk talking about God? When libertarian billionaires team up with theocratic bishops, they're not doing it out of a shared love for the gospel. They're doing it because the very idea of secular law is what protects working people in this country. If a corporation can claim religious exemption to opt out of providing reproductive health care or to ignore civil rights protections or to bypass environmental regulations, then the laws that protect us are not universal, they're optional. That's the outcome the billionaires want. And if they have to fake a little piety to get it, they'll do it. They've done worse. The idea of secular law is the idea that there is no authority that can supersede the people. No authority that can supersede democracy. And that is very inconvenient for people who would like to get around our laws to milk the working class for as much money as they can. Look at how quickly we went from employers claiming that their religious beliefs should prevent them from having to pay for birth control, to employers claiming that their religion should have to prevent them from having to pay unemployment benefits. In a Christian nation, you're going to find that the CEO of ExxonMobil finds religion real quick and demands exemptions from environmental law because the Bible says man is to have dominion over the earth. You're going to find the CEO of Amazon really quickly get in touch with his faith and say, his holy book doesn't say anything about the minimum wage. They'll still be able to get birth control and abortions for their mistresses under theocracy. In every society where it's ever been implemented, religious law has always bound the working class and let the wealthy through its loopholes. When religious freedom is weaponized to allow a mega corporation to skimp on health insurance and pocket the profits, or allow a hospital to deny life-saving care, or a landlord to deny housing to an LGBTQ family, it's a return to the world of King George. It is the assertion that some people's private beliefs give them the right to rule over other people's lives. And the bishops are on the take just as much as anyone else. They want to funnel our tax money into their mega churches through private school vouchers while slashing SNAP benefits and Medicare. They use religion as a tool of control to keep us at each other's throats while billionaires pick our pockets and give them a percentage. And what about the bigots? The third part of the axis of nonsense, where are they? The bigots are in the streets right now, masked and armed, getting paid handsomely to test out their new role as enforcers in this new order and empowered to act out their violent impulses. Every theocracy has its inquisitors. The assault on our secular foundations is strategic and well-funded and relentless. We're seeing a long march through our institutions by those who despise the very idea of a pluralistic democracy. They're using three primary tools to dismantle the secular state. They spent decades packing the judiciary with ideologues who treat religious freedom not as a shield for the individual, but a sword for the powerful. They're trying to redefine our fundamental rights out of existence, replacing them with a patchwork of theological exemptions. By aggressively pushing for school vouchers and funneling taxpayer dollars into religious institutions and for-profit products owned by the billionaires, they're attempting to bankrupt our public education system. They want to replace schools that teach children how to think with institutions that tell them what to believe and milk our families for a little ancillary revenue. And they're leveraging the racist structures embedded in American law to enact minority rule, using state legislatures to strip power from secular progressive cities like Minneapolis, preventing them from raising the minimum wage, protecting tenants, enforcing civil rights. And in doing all this, the axis of nonsense has a simple goal: to consolidate their own economic, cultural, and political power. And their strategy is to make us feel helpless, to convince us that the problems are too big, the forces are too powerful, the risks of speaking out are too great. They want us to retreat into our corners, to numb ourselves with endless scrolling, to give up on the promise of democracy and the possibility of progress. They want us to believe that no one is coming to save us, so we might as well just give up. And on that point, they're half right. No one is coming to save us. We've always believed that as humanists, because we believe we are the ones who are coming to save us. Paine said the cause of America is the cause of all mankind, and as long as there have been humanists, the cause of mankind has been our cause. As the AHA's founder, John Dietrich, minister of this church, said, if we have values, they are human values. If we have purpose, it is human purpose. If we have ends, they are human ends. So what do we do now? We're not in this position because this is what Americans want. Large majorities of Americans support the separation of church and state, oppose the authoritarian excesses happening in Minneapolis right now. We're in this position because so many Americans feel dispossessed. My generation can't afford to buy the homes we grew up in, even if we do the same jobs our parents did. We work more hours to afford less. Our voices go less far in a democracy diluted by racist redistricting and unlimited billionaire money in politics. They have successfully taught us to fear our neighbors, and we are lonelier than ever before. We're increasingly made to feel our worth is conditional. It's a perfect storm to create a crisis of purpose. The axis of nonsense captured a political party, and they promised people purpose, they promised them power, and they promised them prosperity. And I wouldn't even say most Americans bought it. It didn't help that the opposition party, which I am a consistently supportive and intermittently proud member of, can barely tie its shoelaces on a good day. The confidence, certainty, and moral clarity of the religious right will always win if the opposition can't even tell you the sky is blue without having to run it by Reid Hoffman and AIPAC. But more and more Americans realize they've been lied to. They're angry. The promised prosperity hasn't come to anybody but the billionaires, which means we have a chance. It's easy to feel that the power on the other side is totalizing, impossible to overwhelm, but that's a trick of the light that authoritarians play. Their goal is to make you feel that they're invincible, but they're not. That's what Thomas Paine knew. I'll tell you what the American Humanist Association is doing to fight back and the larger theory of power behind it. Our legal center at the AHA has been rebuilt to focus on the terrifying issue of people losing their jobs, their health care, even custody of their children because they have different religious beliefs than the people in power. We're challenging state governments in Florida and West Virginia that use taxpayer dollars to promote religion over human needs, and we're winning. This year in West Virginia, in the heart of Trump country, we blocked $5 million from being stolen from the state's water fund and used for religious education in a state where coal companies have poisoned the rivers and water runs brown from the taps. We do this because we have lost the luxury of framing our arguments in intellectual terms. We can talk about the Constitution in rooms like this to fire up our base, but to make our neighbors who are not here with us pissed off about religious nationalism come and join us, we have to show them the way it affects their daily lives. At the AHA, we're growing the Congressional Free Thought Caucus, the interfaith group of Congress members who are committed to the separation of church and state. Last year, we grew it over 50%, and on Thursday, we added 2 new members, making it larger than the far-right House Freedom Caucus. The religious right won by spending years carefully and quietly building institutions that could sustain their power. There is no way around the fact that if we win, we got to do more than one thing at the same time. We have to be in the streets, but we also have to be building coalitions in the halls of power. And we have to realize that the fight in this country, in this moment, is not between the people who believe in God and the people who don't, but the people who believe this country belongs to all of us and the people who believe it belongs to only them. Humanists will never win this fight without embracing our allies and faith communities, and progressive people of faith will never win this fight without embracing those who don't believe. If we hold each other at arm's length, they will break us apart. But if we are inseparable in the fight for democracy, then we have a chance. At the AHA, this past year, we launched the Humanist Creator Fund to invest in humanist storytellers, YouTube creators, podcasters, TikTokers, who reach millions of young people searching for a home outside of the grievance-fueled nonsense of the far right. Charlie Kirk got started with $10,000 from a billionaire mega donor who bet on him as the next face of the religious right. And our new fund is spending $10,000 a month to find the Charlie Kirk of the humanist left. We are officially off the sidelines in the culture war, and we are playing to win. Because we have to reach people where they are and bring them to where we want them to go. The religious right wins because they are willing to recruit you. They spend less time talking to each other and more time talking to people they want to bring in the tent. They will go to you and speak to you in your language, on your terms, on your turf. We spent much of the last 10 years saying to people, it's not my job to educate you. And then Jordan Peterson and Turning Point were incredibly willing to educate them. And the irony here is that most of the young people sucked in by the far right's favorite content creators, the mouthpieces for the axis of nonsense, are asking questions that we have the answers to. They are asking how to have agency and meaning and purpose in their lives. The right offers them the cheap high of supremacy, but a cheap high never lasts, which is why their following is so angry. And humanism has always offered answers about how we create our own agency and meaning and purpose, not steal it from someone else. At the AHA, we're building humanist chapters across the country where people can go to find community and fight back, to clarify their beliefs, to gather with people who have those beliefs in common and strengthen them, to know and love their neighbors better and act together on behalf of what's right. This past year, we added dozens of new chapters to the AHA, and we are still growing. And whenever, I will say this, and I mean it, I'm not blowing smoke, whenever we add a new chapter, we tell them, this is what you want to be like right here, Humanist Minnesota. Because ultimately, we are wired for connection. We're not going to win if we're clinical, and we're not going to win if we're cynical. We will win if we build a community and invite people in. If we ask people to be our friend before we ask them to be our ally. If we can provide something for people to belong to before we ask them to fight for it. And the axis of nonsense works so hard to divide and distract us because they know when we discover solidarity, it is over for them. We are doing all of this on the budget of less than one megachurch. And yes, that is absolutely me reminding you that we need money to do this work. That's not me trying to solicit you to give money to the AHA, give it to any of these guys. But it is telling me telling you to give money to something. Now is the time. You can't take it with you when they seize your assets for engaging in subversive activity against the regime. If you're thinking about giving to a pro-democracy organization in your will, give it to them now. We need to act with the speed and urgency of the opposition, and we can be scrappy and stretch a dollar, but freedom doesn't come for free, guys. There's a security deposit. I also say that to remind you a lot is possible even with a little, even with just what we have right now. I recognize that talking in hopeful terms about the cause of America and liberty for all can feel hollow in such a moment of profound cruelty, right? It's easy to look at the scale of the challenges we face and feel small. And I've gotten into arguments with people about this. I got into an argument, actually the last time I came to Minneapolis, I got into an argument with someone who's been in the secular movement a long time who said, I don't like the way you talk about hope. I don't think it's responsible. I don't think it's rational. I think it gives people unrealistic expectations and sets us up for failure. The only thing we can do at this point is harm reduction. And I'm sorry, but I'm going to be blunt. That way of thinking is dead wrong, and if we indulge it, we will lose. letting our righteous anger calcify into cynicism and calling it rationalism is something we should leave in 2025. Treating hope as a fairy tale is to reject the lessons of history, and treating hope as an ineffective strategy for organizing is to reject the lessons of brain science. Before I came to the AHA, I studied child psychology at Yale and Harvard and worked in tech, building apps to improve children's mental health. I studied the work of the humanistic psychologists, like Carl Rogers and Abraham Maslow, John Dewey and Dr. Spock. Yes, the people who created client-centered psychology, the hierarchy of needs, who revolutionized public education, changed the way we care for children. They were all card-carrying humanists. They taught us something vital about the human spirit, which is that we grow from hope. You know, when people like Carl Rogers came on the scene, psychology was captured by the Freudians, who saw people as problems to be solved. They looked at their patients with a deficit mindset, tried to save them from themselves. It's one of the many ways conservative Christian theology has infected our thinking. The idea of original sin has become embedded in our culture, and it makes us see our neighbors as inherently wicked, needing to be controlled. And what people like Rogers theorized and then proved is that people make more progress if they have an ideal in mind for themselves and believe it is possible to achieve. That hope in the possibility of a better future is not just a nice fleeting feeling, but the fire that sustains us through a hard winter. That a positive idea of who we want to become, that self-concept, and a belief that it is possible, what we call self-efficacy, is what makes us work harder, push further, and find fulfillment. Hope is not a feeling, it's a discipline. The religious right wins because they have a story of certainty for themselves. They believe in their fanatical fervor that they are destined for victory because they are doing the work of a supreme being who cannot fail. They have an expectation of victory, and that's what kept them motivated, even in the moments like 2008, where it seemed like secular democracy and pluralistic democracy was locked in forever. We don't have that kind of blind faith. We're rationalists. We look at the data, and our hope is, in fact, based on data. It's a reasoned hope that's based on the history of the humanist cause winning over and over again. When the world said a king's divine power couldn't be challenged, humanists like Paine and Jefferson said the people are sovereign and we won. When the nation said Black Americans were property, humanists like Frederick Douglass and A. Philip Randolph and James Baldwin and Zora Neale Hurston said dignity is inherent, and we moved the arc of history. When women were denied the right to their own bodies, humanists like Emma Goldman and Gloria Steinem and Betty Friedan founded Planned Parenthood and the National Organization for Women and led the fight for reproductive freedom, and we changed the world. Cynicism is just another form of submission. And hope is the fuel that allows us to act back in a world that tries to strike us down. The American story moves in seasons, and we're in a hard winter. But humanists fought for this democracy, and we won it, and we improved it, and we will not lose it to a bankrupt, senile game show host, his fawning, sycophant sidekick who is so emasculated in his quest for power that he lets racists degrade his wife and asks for more, and a billionaire man baby who makes dumbass exploding trucks. As we approach the 250th anniversary of this country, we have to take up the cause of America once again. It's a cause that requires us to be courageous. It requires us to show up for the families targeted by ICE. It requires us to defend the secular public schools that John Dewey called the laboratories of our democracy. It requires us to build communities where the disease of loneliness is cured by the medicine of solidarity. Paine reminded us that we have it in our power to begin the world over again. We have it in our power to begin the world over again. The story of America is still being written. It is a great and sprawling and unfinished story of progress. And the only thing that has ever made this country great is the courage of those who refuse to stand still. We will not be moved by fear. We will not be silenced by dogma. We will not be divided by the cheap tricks of the billionaires, the bishops, and the bigots. They have no loyalty to the American ideal. They revere money, power, racial supremacy, and moral superiority. And we who believe that there is nothing more supreme than democracy, whether we are humanist or Christian or Jewish or Muslim or Buddhist or anything in between, in our reverence for democracy, we honor our country and we honor each other. So as for me and my house, we will serve America. Thank you. While we're waiting, do you want to hear a joke about humanists in the Unitarian Church? So as we know, Unitarians are about half humanists and half theists. One Sunday in a mixed church, the Unitarian minister asked people to cast their eyes skyward for a moment of prayer or silence, whatever you believe. And the theists cast their eyes to the sky and they reflected and they thanked God for the blessings of family and community and the ability to be there in that church that day. And the humanists cast their eyes skyward and they said, wow, somebody needs to dust the damn ceiling fan. All right, did we get the mic working?
We might need something happen out from the back. Who knows, but I'll just talk about, there have been some questions
that have been submitted. Oh, yes, now I'm on. If you have some questions, there will be people coming around. Who's going to ask? Nick, are you going to ask the questions? Are you reading them, or Paul, you reading them? I could read them, but is there a question? Paul, come on up with what you have, and Nick will, well, one of you has been doing this, so let's have a few questions. Okay, and Paul will come around.
Paul's a runner.
Paul's the runner.
Hit me, Nick.
All right, let's do this first one. Conundrum. Must we allow religious freedom for religious groups that would deny our religious freedom?
We can't accept their framing of religious freedom. Religious freedom is the right for you to worship how you would like, you do not have a civil right to have no one contradict your religion with their speech or behavior. Religious freedom is a personal right about your ability to pray to whatever God you want or none at all and embody your own religious practices. This idea that religious freedom is undermined by having to follow secular law is bullshit. And we have to call it that. Because even most religious people don't believe that their religious rights mean that they should be exempt from the laws that we've all voted on as a democracy. And we need to be very clear that's what that means.
All right. What are some opportunities for people to get more involved?
Well, at AmericanHumanist.org. I'll say, so first of all, the best way to get involved is this, Humanist MN. And I'll say there was a study done by a professor at Harvard about democracy and what worked in the first Trump era. What were the things that frustrated the progress of the authoritarian right the first time? And it wasn't actually the Women's March or big national lawsuits from the ACLU. It was, they identified this, about 3,000 to 4,000 local groups like this one, where people met with their neighbors, shared information, and took local action, local elections, trying to block the progress of theocracy on every front. And so groups like, we have quintupled the organizing staff of the AHA in the time that I've been there, because we know that ultimately our path to victory runs through our local groups that are doing the work to do things like build the Secular Government Caucus, get on the ground and do mutual aid work, recruit new people to be humanists, because people don't come to belief systems just because they want to nod their head at a set of values. They come to them because they want a community. So that's number one that you can do. And you can go to AmericanHumanist.org. We will train people to be policy advocates, to call your senators, your members of Congress, your state senators and state representatives. We need a lot of people who are willing to sign up and help us fight for, we're going to try and pass in this state and many other states, a Student's Bill of Rights to a secular public education this year. We also need people, we need people to do things from moderate our Discord to help our accountant if you've got financial management skills. If anyone knows any lawyers, we need lots of pro bono lawyers. There's a role for everyone in this room at the AHA if you're interested. And ultimately, dig deep and give where you can. And I'm not saying to the AHA, any of these groups, Humanist MN, the Christian nationalist right has so much money, because ultimately they are funded by billionaires who could not care less about Christianity, but again, know that this is the way to tear down those pesky regulations that stand in their way from making even more, obscenely more money than they have. We've got to do our best to fund these institutions. The AHA, our budget has increased by 50% in the last year because more people have stepped up and give. And what that's enabled us to do is bring on top progressive talent from across the country. I didn't grow the Congressional Free Thought Caucus 50%, Rachel Deitch did, right? I didn't win that lawsuit against the state of West Virginia. I didn't do any of the lawsuits that we're bringing in this coming year that you're gonna love. That's Amitai Heller, who we brought over from Compassion and Choices and is a brilliant legal director. I didn't add 40 new local groups to the AHA. That was Jake Villa, who did incredible work, had an incredible career with the YMCA and then in tech startups and is leading our work to transform our local groups. The work runs on people and it runs on money, and if you can contribute either of those things, your time or your treasure, do it.
Awesome. A couple other relevant questions to this topic. We assume that this group is a nonprofit that can receive tax-deductible donor-advised contributions, correct?
Yes.
There we go. That question's answered. And then to the support kind of theme here, can you speak a little bit of the successes of the Creator Fund and how we can support there?
The Creator Fund. The Creator Fund is so fun. We just had an intake this week in our legal center where someone who is going to be a plaintiff in this really exciting case we're working on in Arkansas said, yeah, my little sister heard about you guys because she watched a video with Matt Bernstein where he talked about you. We are working with both creators in the secular space. We're giving them, nobody wants to run ads on an atheist YouTube channel, right? Stamps.com is not jumping up and down. And so we are often giving these creators money that they're using to hire an editor for the first time or upgrade their camera equipment. We are giving them the support to reach bigger audiences of people. And in exchange, they are running ads for the AHA. And we actually have seen, just since we started the Creator Fund, we've seen about 30% growth in membership in the AHA, compared to the same period of time the prior year. Ultimately, young people are defining their identities and figuring out what they believe on the internet. And if we have to reach them, we have to be in the places they consume media, which increasingly are YouTube, TikTok, podcasts. And so doing this, we're bringing people into the tent. They're not just donating, they're volunteering, they're signing up to be policy advocates, they're joining the Discord and building community, they're coming to us with legal cases. So this is a strategy that we're going to continue investing in, not just because we need a counterweight to the religious right online, but ultimately in the same way that, organizers of the past knew that if you want to build a mass movement, you show up at churches and you organize, and you show up at community centers and you organize, and you knock people's doors and you organize, and we should still do all of that. Now we have another space to show up in, and it's the internet.
Awesome. To that point, do you have a podcast is a question.
Oh, we are working on a podcast, actually, that's going to launch sometime this quarter, and I'm really, really excited about it. It's going to be, I will say it's targeted at people who are new to humanism, right? And that's one of the tensions here, that so much of what we need to create to build the movement we want is not really going to resonate with people who have been humanists for a long time, because we need to talk about humanism to newcomers with a lot of this content. So it literally is going to be, I got overruled about being the face of the podcast. It's going to follow the journey of one of our staffers who is new to humanism and talks about how they're discovering and finding meaning and navigating life's questions through the new lens of this belief system that they've chosen to adopt. We think it's going to be really good. If you want to see my mug, you can catch us on Instagram and TikTok and Facebook. I do a weekly video series there on church-state separation and Christian nationalism that has gotten hundreds of thousands of views and is a big way in which we're also building our community.
Awesome. All right, pivoting a little bit back to the theme here. How do we communicate that we are living in a pivotal moment for America to people who just aren't that into politics?
We don't need to tell people we're living in a pivotal moment in America. They already know. What we need to do is show them that politics can be responsive to their inputs, right? It's not these people don't care. It's that they don't believe that doing anything is going to matter. And the authoritarian right has done all it can to convince them that they're wrong. And frankly, the opposition party's not doing a whole hell of a lot to help some of the time, right? How long did we stick with a presidential nominee who the entire country knew was senile? How, like, there's something, ultimately, something is so broken in the culture of the Democratic Party that it's not responsive to the grassroots. And the Republican Party has always been responsive to the people with the most wealth. And our system runs on these two broken parties. You know, I happen to be a member of one of the broken parties, and I happen to love it like a dysfunctional, you know, brother. But you know, it's easy for someone without a lot of wealth or power, or who doesn't, you know, is not the kind of, you know, crazy person like me who loves going to knock doors at 10 a.m. on a Saturday morning, to look at it and say, it's not going to matter what I do, it's fixed. And I think that what we can do, we can have the conversations with people and show them instances of where our engagement fixes things, but also we need to give people ways to engage that are not political in nature, but are about serving our neighbors. Because the tactile act of, I've seen whistles around people's necks today. I love that. The tactical act of saying we are going to show up and put our bodies on the line to protect our neighbors. We're going to deliver food to fit, as our Biloxi chapter in Mississippi is doing, as I think y'all do here, to deliver food to families that are being torn apart by ICE. I think that for people, it's very hard to convince them that they can have agency through politics, so it might be good to show them another way that they can have agency through service, and then by the transitive property, make them feel they can have agency through politics. And that's why, and you know, I know that Humanist MN is going to be a part of this. One thing we're doing next month, we're announcing the largest humanist mutual aid campaign in the history of the organized humanist movement. We are putting a record amount of money into local chapters and other groups that want to do work on the ground to help our neighbors, and I'm really excited to share more about that next month.
Thank you, Fish. We're going to have to wrap things up because we really only have this space for a few more minutes. Corey?
If you guys want whistles, the ACLU has some that are given out.
Okay, yes. Word is whistles at the ACLU table. Also, and I'm getting word from my lunch crew, there's food?
There is, and we've got some containers to pack some of it up, so we urge you to take some home if you will eat it.
All right, that's great to know. So yes, we would rather you take the food home than us do something with it. This has been recorded, this event has been recorded, and the Humanist MN, we have a YouTube channel. Sometimes it's a little hard to find the latest stuff on it. I don't know how YouTube runs. But I know Suzanne in the next newsletter will have links to it, right, Suzanne? I speak accurately there, right? Okay, well, yes, go and like it, yes. And anyway, I just want to thank Fish so much for coming out and keynoting our event. Again, we're just, us old humanists are really glad to have a young, energetic, just a dynamic leader for our movement. So you're so appreciated.
Thank you.
And I want to thank all of you for showing up and giving a good part of your Saturday morning to this really important topic and concern. And I just can't thank you enough. You can go one quick over. I think if you've missed one of our sponsor tables, go say hello. Thank them for their work. Thank them for being here as well. Again, go out and have a great day. Be safe, everybody. And let's all just step up and do what we can. Thank you so much, everyone.